We are here. Let's get the phones open. Get the phones open. Let me also just make sure my stream is working. My Chrome. Where's my Chrome? Yeah, that's good. Okay. And then we're just going to pull up just YouTube, I guess. Make it a little bigger. A little taller. Yeah, there we go. That look good. That look good. Let's open up the Restream chat. Let everybody know that we're starting. All right. Copy link address. April Cox says, are you an anti-natalist? Now I got to look that up. It's a philosophical or ethical stance that procreation is morally wrong, arguing that humans and other sentient beings should abstain from having children. No, I am not an anti-natalist. I am not. People should be able to have children if they want. Streaming live and taking calls. Let everybody know that I'm streaming and I'm taking calls. It begins. It begins. We get the phone call. We get a phone call. The Roundtable 6371 says, the real question is are you an interventionalist? Like intervention in foreign nations? I think it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish, I guess. Which says it begins. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome. We're fishing for a phone call. You know what I should do? I should have like a picture. I should make a picture of just like a PNG of a fishing pole with like a phone at the end of it, just like dangling. I think that would be good. Here, let's let me do that actually. I'm going to make a PNG that I am fishing for calls, everybody. Chris Falcon says, First Amendment, why do you think people refuse to call out white supremacy? I mean, I think people do call out white supremacy, but there's like a group of people that find it absurd that you call out white supremacy, which is totally messed up. Ooh, phone call. Look at that. That was quick. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, it's Roundtableguy.
Roundtableguy. What would you like to talk about, Roundtableguy?
I think I was talking to you the other day.
Sorry, what?
You might know me as Water the American. I was talking to you the other day in MDD or whatever.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
I was wondering about that interventionist question, right? Because I was curious. Most people, when I ask that question, they usually say, no, I'm against it. But you said depends. And I'm kind of curious about that. So I was wondering, right, the Iraq War, right, 2003. Obviously, looking back in retrospect, we should have never gone it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But at the time, given the information that we had, you know, of chemical weapons, of potentially chemical weapons that were going to be weaponized against the United States, do you think that would have been was a justified invasion?
No, because we didn't have an accurate briefing. We received it. I think it was like an intelligence briefing that was half the size of what is typical. Even Nancy Pelosi pointed that out.
Mm. Well, like the thing about that, right, is that even with the fairly small intelligence report, it was accurate to a degree. There were chemical weapons in Iraq. They were used in Operation Anfal against the Kurds. And ironically, we supplied them to Saddam Hussein. So we knew there were chemical weapons there. And we did find them. It's just they weren't going to be used in offensive capability, which is why they were never used when we invaded.
I mean, specifically, it wasn't necessarily that they were concerned about chemical weapons. I thought they were concerned with weapons of mass destruction. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right. It's just chemical weapons are considered WMDs. Whenever people talk about weapons of mass destruction, usually we think of nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, something on, the more horrific scale of things. Chemical warfare does still include WMDs. And when the press heard Bush talking about WMDs, that's where you see a lot of these articles talking about nukes in Iraq and how we never found nukes, which that part's true. But the chemical weapons are classified as WMDs under, I forget what UN resolution it is,
Yeah.
but as by the UN, right? They say those are WMDs.
I mean, let me look that up real quick. I'm not sure if that's, I think that's
Sure,
true.
yeah,
I
don't
think I
take my
remember
word for it. Yeah,
are
look it up,
chemical weapons considered weapons of mass destruction. Okay, yes, they are considered weapons of mass destruction alongside nuclear and biological weapons. Okay. I mean, I still stand by, like, I don't see why we needed to invade Iraq.
Well, I guess what I would say
Like, they
is
weren't
that
really a threat to us at all.
sure, forget WMDs. All right, I don't know why the DoD felt the need to even go down that route. Saddam Hussein, right? He was genociding the Kurds during this time, right? That was Operation Anfal I was referencing earlier. I think that if the United States had made the primary focus of that invasion on ending the genocide against the Kurds, we could have justified it on a world stage, right? And like we did go in to help the Kurds to an extent. We've been allied with the Kurds for decades at this point. We briefly stopped after Trump's first term because he's a moron. But once Biden came back in, we started to resume that more and more. My point being is that I think that if the United States was able to stop a genocide in Iraq, we should have invaded.
You're saying that we should have invaded in Iraq?
Yeah, I think obviously in retrospect, we look back and we say, well, some of the facts about the invasion were wrong. Like the scale of how many WMDs there were.
For
the scale was
example,
much smaller.
they predicated the entire basis of the operation on something that was incorrect. It wasn't correct at all. There was a presumption that they were going to build nuclear weapons, and that never happened. In fact, during intelligence briefings with Dick Cheney and George W. Bush, there was like a specific moment where there was a general talking to them about how there was likely, nuclear weapons. It was Bush who, he was asking, what's the chances that they have a nuclear weapon? And the response from the general was, it's a slam dunk case. And that was enough. That was all it took for both Dick Cheney and George W. Bush to be convinced. But if you actually read some books by, there was a book by Nancy Pelosi, I think it was called The Road to Power, where she herself had pointed out the fact that the intelligence briefing was half the size of what she would normally expect through her intelligence experience. So judging by that, it's not really in hindsight. I think if you were a politician worth your salt, you knew that there wasn't any evidence.
Well, like of a nuclear weapon, sure, right? But like of the genocide of the Kurds, of the chemical weapons that we have been previously supplying them, of the like for example, Saddam just being a dictator in general probably would qualify them in my book. Like I feel like those three things could provide a proper caucus belly for war. I think that would be.
I don't understand why you're justifying the war in Iraq. It was one of the least popular wars, and it was like, why are we here? What's the point of this? What is it that you know that I do not know? Actually, second, like, how old are you? Like,
I'm not even old enough to remember 9/11. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
just
because
gonna
like
put it
I
that.
lived through this, man, and it was
No, no,
nobody
I'm
enjoyed,
not
like
gonna try
this
and
was
dictate like
this
what
was
your
actually
experience was,
pulled me
right? Yeah, yeah.
away from being a Republican. Like I used to be a Republican, but because of
Mhm.
how war hawkish the Republicans were, I realized like morally I could not justify their actions. And so
Sure.
I became a libertarian as a result at the time.
Mhm.
That's how bad the
Well,
Iraq war was for me. So like hearing
right.
you talk about so candidly about the Iraq war as if that, we really should have gone in. And if you, stretch what they were concerned about to chemical weapons, then they were justified. I don't buy it.
The way that I view it is that a lot of people support it initially, from my understanding, right? Like
No,
everyone, like
no,
especially
no, no, that did not happen.
really.
No. So you're talking about the war in Afghanistan. That was largely supported. But then they decided to push off the war against terrorism in Afghanistan and push off into Iraq and everybody
Mhm.
was confused. Like virtually everybody, unless if you're like truly a war hawk Republican, most people were not in favor of the Iraq war. It was an incredibly unpopular position to hold, and it was largely the reason why I'm sorry, not Donald Trump. Why George
George
W.
W.
Bush had lost all his favorability. This one war was the thing that turned people against George W. Bush.
Well,
Are you conflating the war in Afghanistan with the Iraq war? You understand these are two different things, right?
no, right, I understand that. What I'm talking about, like with the popularity, is that 296 members of the House of Representatives voted in favor of the 2003 invasion of
Okay, but the
Iraq,
House of
giving
Representatives, they
George
vote
W.
for all sorts of crap that people don't like. You said that it was popular. It wasn't. It was not
Right,
popular.
hold
The
on.
Iraq war
The
was
whole point.
an intensely
Mhm.
unpopular venture.
Well, the whole point of a representative is to represent people. If they don't, then they usually lose their seat,
Oh
right? And from
man,
my understanding,
you're
like along
talking
with
as
this
if that
vote, the
that
people
that, that Roe v.
generally
Wade.
supported it,
I'm sorry,
right? In blue states, generally not, but
you're talking
yeah.
as if Citizens United never happened.
What do you mean?
Since when do you think that the politicians are there for you?
I don't think lobbying has like a massive part in like the
Well,
payments
I
of
mean, with the
politicians.
passing of
Politicians usually get paid after they give their opinion.
with the Citizens United decision, it now became feasible to actually run policies that were intensely unpopular. Say that you do one thing and then do the exact opposite, and you could still get elected because you had the funding to be able to spread propaganda.
I don't think so. Like for example, in Hillary Clinton in 2016, she raised more money from like these like super PACs and these like domestic lobbying funds, even foreign lobbying funds. But she didn't lose. She didn't win that election, right? Like Donald Trump won it. I'm not gonna say by a landslide. It was a close fight,
Are we
but
moving
she still
topics, or are
ultimately
we
lost.
talking about the Iraq War? What are we?
My whole point with that example is that just because you have the money on your side doesn't mean that you're going to win. And additionally, I even like for example, the NRA doesn't fund Democrats, right? Because Democrats aren't going to change their mind on guns, right? Just because the NRA sends a paycheck to them. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean, I can acknowledge all of that, and the Citizens United decision is still there.
Right. What I'm saying with Citizens United, though, is that like I support it being there because I think that it allows for people
You think that
with policies to be
corporations
able to like go to people.
should be the ones
Yeah.
being able to throw money at super PACs, unlimited amounts of money towards politicians to get them to do policies that are beneficial to corporations and not people? You think that's what
But
we should be doing?
it doesn't happen though. Like
That's
this just like what
literally
you're
what
describing
happens.
doesn't really happen.
That's
Like for example,
literally what
the
happens.
NRA doesn't fund Democrats, right? If they wanted to like pass all these, like if they want to get rid of all
Well,
of these
you
gun
should probably
regulations when
look
it comes to
at your
manufacturing and like
super
other
PACs
things,
and
right?
opensecrets.org. They fund both Democrats and Republicans.
Come on,
And this
the
is
Republicans they
because of the
funded like
Citizens
Tim
United
Walz.
decision. Anyway,
Come
we're
on.
moving way off topic, right? You wanted to talk about interventionism, and now we're talking about
Sure.
Citizens United. Did you have anything else? Cause I don't know. I'm not buying it. The Iraq war justification here.
Sure, no, I get you. Nah, I ain't got nothing else, man. Have fun with the rest of your show, though. I'll be listening. All right.
Appreciate it, Roundtable guy.
All right, no problem. Have a good one, man.
Bye-bye. Wow, we start with a justification to the Iraq war. How about that? That's wild. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's see. I am God says First Amendment, eat mushrooms if you want to see Jesus. I'm strictly legal here. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, yes, I've been wondering, my name's Joe, and I'd like to fry your brain out of something. I think the major problem that we have in this country right now is that I don't really think that Democrats have a full concept of what rights are. I think they just kind of revert to the government and point to that and say that their rights come from there. So I guess my argument is, what is to stop people from forming a coalition to, say, go against something that you claim is a right? What's to stop, like, the government from changing that then?
Well, I'm a believer of a representative democracy, but I mean, I guess if you wanted to argue the Lockean theorem of inalienable rights, I mean, I've read that as well. So I as a progressive am very well aware of what rights are.
What are they?
Rights is an inalienable right that is bestowed upon by human reason. Some people say God. I would disagree with that. I don't believe there is a God. I believe we enact inalienable rights through human reason.
Has human reason changed over history?
Yes.
So then what's to stop the human reason, what's to stop the current, environment of what we call rights now from changing if we build up a certain coalition?
Well, they do change. Rights change all the time.
So then what's the point of calling it a right, though?
Is there any way, by the way, I'm sorry, you're, there's a bit of crackling on your end.
Speakerphone.
Yeah. Is it possible to just get yourself just on the phone itself as opposed to no headset or anything? Just, all right. Appreciate it. It's just better for the stream because it sounds really shrill for a lot of people. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Can you repeat your question? That's my fault for interrupting you.
I mean, it's just still kind of, going with the same thing. Like, I don't understand this concept. Like, what can you define, like, what a right is then? If it's something that you believe that can't be, like, argued against, but over time that it can change, doesn't that kind of make the word just completely irrelevant?
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it make it irrelevant if it can change?
Well, I mean, everything can change. That doesn't make it irrelevant.
So then that doesn't make it a right?
Like whether or not people wear clothes has changed, that doesn't make it irrelevant, right? I'm sure if you stepped outside without any clothing on, then you'd probably get arrested. So obviously it does matter. But it is up to people. There's
definitely places with naked tribes, so I don't know what.
Well, you get my point, right? It changes. That's my point.
That's also my point. Is I'm saying, because the left continuously argues against this on this idea that there's this concept of rights, but when this idea of rights can be changed because of a certain coalition that builds up, that kind of
rights change regardless of the rights change regardless of the coalition, right? It's just the way that societies function.
So then why is it that it seems like all like leftists argue on this thing that can always change in society?
I mean, you're talking about rights. It doesn't matter if you're on the right or on the left. Rights can change if you're on the right. Rights can change if you're on the left.
Actually, here's the thing. I see a completely different fundamental understanding of rights between the left and the right.
Have you read Locke?
Have
you read Locke?
I don't need to.
You don't need to read Locke, the basic fundamentals of what exactly inalienable rights are?
That doesn't. What does that have to do with them being able to change?
Yeah, it has
If
everything to do with it, right? Because if you read Locke, you would know that they are inalienable, as in cannot be changed.
you just mentioning an author isn't an argument. I'm
No,
sorry
no,
to
it's
say.
literally the founder of liberalism as we know it, right? It is
That's fine.
they are
You
fundamental
mentioning
human entitlements that individuals possess by nature, which cannot be surrendered or taken at all. This is
great. I
outlined in
don't
his
take my
book.
author-
In his
I
book,
don't.
The
I
Second
don't take.
Treatises of Government, the
I
core
don't take my
natural
authority
rights are
from a.
life, liberty, and property.
I don't take my authority from an author. I take it from logic and
Okay, well,
like reason.
yeah. Well, that was derived from logic and reason. Locke's
No,
position was derived on logic and reason.
you mentioning an author isn't logic. It's you mentioning an author without providing any actual substance to your claim.
So, is like wearing clothes outside, is there any substance to that claim?
It depends on what culture you're in, because there's definitely cultures that don't wear them.
Oh, okay. So wearing clothes changes depending on the culture you're in.
Yes, just like
Okay,
rights
just like
change
rights
over time.
change. Okay, so what's your problem?
So
I
my
think we both
problem is
agree
why
rights
does
change.
so then why does the left argue from a sense of this concept of rights rather than arguing why what they want is good for society?
Yeah, I mean, I look at like unnecessary suffering as like a good example, a good litmus test. I like to think of, okay, what would it be like if we did not have that right? Would it result in a society of more needless suffering or less needless suffering? And
Why would I care what your determination of suffering is, though?
I mean, I can only operate off of like my thoughts, right? I mean, I can also appeal to
So
people
then,
who are experts in this. And
so it's
these
all
are how I've
subjective.
derived yes, these are all subjective. They're off of my own mind. And so, I mean, it's not different
So
for
then,
anybody else, right? Like you already agreed that rights change. You already know it's subjective. So
I
calling it
agree that
subjective doesn't mean it doesn't matter, though. I think a lot of people make the mistake that if you say it is subjective, therefore it doesn't matter. But there's tons and tons of subjective things that do matter.
I guess I'm not sure of the argument, because if it's subjective
Right.
already
I
and
don't
you
know
can
the
change it,
argument.
that
Why don't you
doesn't
make an
mean
argument?
I am making the argument. I'm saying, why are you leftists arguing from a sense of rights if you know that rights can change, rather than explaining why what you want is beneficial for society?
I mean, I feel like I did both of these.
I don't think you do. All I see is leftists saying
So
it's
you
because
asked,
it's
why
my
are you
right.
a leftist arguing from a sense of rights? I gave you the position from a Lockean theorem, the sense of rights. And so that is my argument of the sense of rights.
You're just
The
saying
only caveat, hey, you got to let me finish. The only
You're not giving
caveat,
me anything,
hey,
though.
hold
You're just
on.
saying
I
an
am.
author.
The
Okay.
only caveat that I would provide is that he predicates the concept of inalienable rights from bestowed by God. I would say that I bestow it based on human reason. That would be the only difference between me and the Lockean perspective. And then
Is human
you then
reason
asked me to
benevolent?
explain what is best for society, in which I also explained that based on needless suffering, that we minimize needless suffering.
But your concept of suffering is subjective as well. So that's like you're all just basing it off of what a certain person would say is preferences.
Well, you are too, because you already agreed that rights change. So it is subjective, and that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. It just means it's up to human interpretation for it. So I don't know what
I agree that
is not a rebuttal. I answered your question, right? You said, why are you leftists arguing from a sense of rights rather than explaining what is best for society? So do you have anything else, or
why would? Yeah, but your concept of what's best for society is completely subjective. Why should I care what you claim is better for society? Why wouldn't you like actually present why it would be better for society rather than just arrogantly claiming it is?
Your concept of rights is also subjective, and subjectivity doesn't mean it doesn't matter. I've already explained this.
I didn't tell you my definition of rights. I'm using it from the complete...
Hold on, you did. I asked you.
No, I didn't.
I asked you whether or not rights change. You said yes. So you already know that rights are subjective.
Yes, the secularist idea of rights changes constantly. Absolutely.
Well, no, also the
That's why
religious one as well. So I don't know where you're talking about with that.
How? How
Well,
does the
for
religious
example,
one
if you
change
look at
the
Old
rights?
Testament, I mean, it's pretty common where they would say to not eat shrimp, to not wear mixed fabrics, that if you have a slave, that you can beat them within an inch of their life, and if they survive after a day or two, it's okay because they are your property. Obviously, you wouldn't argue any of these positions nowadays, but for a very long time, Christianity did argue these exact positions, and you weren't a true Christian unless if you upheld those positions. It was only until later on, like the idea that Jesus considered all people equal, that is a relatively new concept that probably was argued roughly around like the 1850s or so. So it's
Well, you don't know much
so
about
it is also
Christianity, though. So
yeah, I
you don't
understand
know
that
anything about
Jesus Christ
Christianity,
fulfilled the
so I don't-
law and that you don't need to follow Old Testament
You
law.
brought up Old
I've already read the
Testament, 'cause it's
Bible.
like-
Yeah, I did. I'm saying that
So
Christians
then why
back
are you
then
bringing up the Old
did
Testament?
well, because I'm saying Christian, because you asked
That wasn't
that
Christianity.
you
That was
asked if it was.
Judaism.
Oh Jesus, are you okay?
That was
I'm trying to have a
Judaism in the
I'm
Old
trying to have a
Testament.
conversation with you. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to explain myself, and you're like interrupting halfway through.
Because all you do is talk over and continue to talk and don't let anybody respond. That's
You
like
talked
all
over
you do in
me.
this time. Yeah, because you don't let anybody respond, dude.
Do you have anything else, Joe?
Oh, now we're running away because you're afraid?
No, because it's going to get into this meta, and you're just total nonsense. It sounds like
Oh,
you're
man.
looking to get some sort
Total
of a dunk or
nonsense, man.
or be argumentative. You're just
Man.
being an idiot.
Total nonsense.
So do you have
It's
anything
just
for
always
me, or are you
reverse-
just going to say anything? Are you going to say anything substantive?
Ad hominems prove nothing.
Yep, I agree. Now, do you have anything to
So
say,
then
or are
why'd
you just
you
going to
use
say
it?
nothing?
Why'd you use them?
Because it's not
I
an
said
argument.
something.
I presented my position, and you just proceeded to ignore that and then continue to talk over me, despite the fact that I was able to explain it in pretty succinct detail. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Again, you don't stop talking, so I can't respond. I don't know. Like, is the idea of your debate show is that somebody comes and challenges you, and then you just talk all over them and don't let them respond, or?
So somebody asks me a question, I respond to the question, and then rather than you repeating the question as if I did not answer it, I would probably request that you listen to what I just said and then respond accordingly to what I said. All you did was repeat the question. See, you're interrupting again, and I'm explaining it.
You don't know what
It
Christianity
was nice talking
is
to you,
about,
Joe.
so-
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Oh man, you're a winner.
What a dumb fuck.
Amazing people.
We're already started. We're starting off.
Yeah,
And it's
I
crazy.
saw
Phones
that.
are open, y'all. We're fishing. We're fishing for some phones. God, Jesus, what a moron. All right. Moron calls subjectivity of rights. Okay. You're on the line with First Amender.
Oh man, you're an idiot. That's like how you're gonna like end the call.
You call like this again, man. I'm gonna block you. Okay. Have a good day.
Okay, you're a fucking
So wait a second.
Okay, you're a
He
fucking
was
retard.
better. I mean, that was amazing. That was amazing. Imagine calling that to chastise you.
Yeah.
And ending up saying something even worse. It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
It's
Lower
amazing.
Earth
I mean,
Service has
it's,
lost the
it's in
moment he
line with
thinks that
Christian
rights are
thought.
not subjective under a theist, right? He could just argue like from a Lockean perspective and say rights are not subjective. They are objective based on the inalienable rights bestowed by God. That was wild. Holy crap. That was wild.
Also, I love Christians that say, oh, that was the Old Testament, like the Old Testament doesn't contain like the Ten Commandments, the origin story, like the prophecies of the Messiah. Oh, so you're just throwing it away. Also, God is unchanging, but he was different in the Old Testament. How does that work?
So here's the thing, right? I'm making a fishing pole. Okay. I need to make a fishing pole, and I'll explain. Yeah, just give me a second. Okay. It's going to take me just a moment to like to like get a fishing pole, like a PNG fishing pole. Let me see if I can find it. All right, hold on. Does this work? Dude, this pole looks like crap. What the fuck? Sorry, give me a sec.
It's a woke pole.
It's a woke pole. No, so hold on. It wants me to create... Dude, what happened to the internet where it's like now, like you can't just like... Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
I thought you blocked me.
Why are you still calling?
Why wouldn't I?
What?
That's
Well,
what
I mean,
morons
do you have any argument, or are you just going to say the same
Yeah,
thing?
my argument is I want to know why you leftists, argue from
You're
the
going to
sense
ask
of
the same
right.
question after I just
Yes,
chided you for asking the same question?
You being arrogant doesn't mean you answered my question, dude.
No, I literally explained it pretty clearly. This is all recorded. You could always go back and take a look at it. I mean, if you want to get an answer again, then all you got to do is just go back and then play back what I just said. And
you being arrogant.
Anyway, let me know when you're ready to
question.
continue the conversation. In which case we can do so. It's just you have to like move forward with a conversation instead of asking the same question. It's good talking
I would
to
like
you.
to know why I would.
We've got Low Earth Surfer who just donated $4.99 USD saying Christoid, but Old Testament does not count. Me. So homosexuality is halal now? Okay. All right.
Apparently.
Is this the same guy?
Probably.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Yes, I would like to know.
Oh my God, I
gotta
block you, bro. You're crazy. You're crazy.
Yeah, I love trying.
Okay, dude, this guy's like a lolcow.
Legend. That's a legend. All right, hold on. So watch this, right? So I gotta
the legend of retardus.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to use any ableist language here, bro. Can someone else call
this guy kind
Christo
of
fascist? Hold on, give me a second.
Ooh, good one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Can we not have the Christo fascist? Is there any way that you're going to actually have a real conversation?
Yes. How did calling conservatives fascists work out for the left the last 10 years?
Well, you are a Christian fascist, right?
How did that work out for you guys the last 10 years?
I don't really care. Can someone else call and save me from this moron?
Just great people. I think
you're on the line with First Amender.
Oh man, you got me so good. Man. Ooh. Again, how has that worked out for you, leftists?
Hey, y'all, L's in chat for the caller.
Did that work out for Kamala?
L's in chat for the caller.
You have 5 people in your chat, bro.
He won't stop calling, LOL.
Yes, I very much so enjoy pressing you leftists on your views. It's very fun to me.
I mean, all you did was repeat the same thing. I already answered it. I've already answered it. I don't know what else do you want from me? Like I answered the question.
My question?
Yeah, I did.
You didn't.
I did.
No, you actually didn't.
I did.
Why
I literally did. You'll notice that when you said it originally, right? Here we go.
Why should I care about your?
One more time,
Why
Joe.
should I care about your views?
One more time, Joe. One more time, Joe.
Why should I care about your view? What you view as?
You said, why are you leftists arguing from a sense of rights rather than explaining what is best for society? So I actually did both. So from the sense of rights perspective, I would argue a Lockean perspective, which is an inalienable right of life, liberty, and property bestowed by God, but cross out God and instead invoke human reason. So that is me, the leftist, arguing from a sense of rights. And then secondly, rather, quote unquote, rather than explaining what is best for society, I can also explain that for what is best for society in that which causes the least needless suffering, not necessarily suffering in and of itself, but needless suffering. Do you understand the difference here?
And I'm asking you, why do I care what your definition of suffering is?
Because of the subjective nature of rights.
That's circular. So what are you talking about?
That was not circular. That was explaining the exact position.
No.
So
no,
I've already.
That's circular.
So you're saying. So why should I care? So why should I care? Okay. Well, the answer is because my society would cause less needless suffering. So
No, I asked why should I care about your definition of what suffering is?
Well, it's specifically needless suffering. It's suffering that can be avoided.
Why should I care what your definition of needless suffering is? I would like you to explain what, like, exactly. I don't think, like, this blanket cover of, like, needless suffering isn't really explaining anything.
Do you think that we should we have, like, more suffering based on your perspective?
I don't base my definition of suffering off of your definition. That's the issue. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so then what is your definition of suffering?
It's definitely, it's subjective onto what we're talking about, of what we're, like,
That's not a definition for suffering.
Yes, it's definitely subjective of what suffering is, because you can be suffering working out, or you can be suffering when somebody's pulling your hair out. So it's very subjective.
Well, I mean, like I would probably say, like, suffering working out is not really a needless suffering. I would say that that's a needful suffering. But these concepts of suffering, it's ultimately up to an individual's experience to determine, hey, whether or not that this is suffering that they wish to endure versus not endure.
And what if conservatives came together to form a coalition and said that your view of suffering is complete nonsense and that we should just completely ignore it?
Conservatives come together and what? Ignore my definition
of suffering. We don't think that your view of suffering is the one that we should be going by.
Come together and ignore my definition of suffering. Well, then I would probably ask them what's their position on suffering, I guess.
I think that it would be actually behoove most of us if we actually specifically went on every different, position, rather than just create effigies out of each other, like conservatives always saying that Democrats are communists, or that, wait, I fucked that up. Leftists always saying, conservatives always saying that leftists are communists, and leftists always saying that, conservatives are fascists. I lost my train of thought now, now that it tripped me up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what your definition of suffering is, I guess.
It would be dependent on what we're, if my definition of suffering.
I'm not against suffering in and of itself. I'm against needless suffering. It's suffering that ought not be held, and that is subjective based on every individual's experience. And so, actually, now that I think about it, it's actually not even my definition of suffering. It would be up to each individual's definition of suffering. So, no, actually, physically, it would not be up to. It's not up to me. Actually, it's up to everybody.
So then it's basically off of a coalition to get, as many people.
No coalition. It's up to the individual, not a coalition.
But it would be up to a coalition.
It is down to a single person. So if a person feels that they are suffering, that they ought not feel that, and they are a consenting adult, then we ought to take heed to that.
Why should I care what they view as suffering?
So you would want to allow other people to suffer.
I'll give you a clear example. If we took away gay marriage, I don't care what people claim what suffering they would have, because it's not suffering.
Well, I would acknowledge other people's subjective understanding of suffering, and I would imagine the LGBTQ population would in fact suffer should you get rid of gay marriage, but the existence of gay marriage does not actually cause Christians to suffer. You can still be a Christian. You can still, a gay couple is not forcing a Christian church to marry them. It's up to individuals to make that decision. Who are you to tell me
what affects me?
I didn't tell you. I said that it's.
Yeah, you did. You just told me that gay marriage doesn't affect me. Why would that be?
Because it doesn't. It doesn't. Two gay people getting married in a church that accepts them for being married. How does it affect you?
It it incentivizes our society to pursue selfish gains rather than goals that would make society better. It's putting hedonism above anything else.
But there is the two gay people getting married, does that cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism?
I live in society, and I'm affected by society.
All right, you did not answer my question. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, it's probably going to be the same answer, but you can go repeat it.
Yeah, well, because you're not answering the question. I just want to make sure that you're answering the question when I'm asking you one. It's a direct question. Does the gay couple getting married cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism?
It's not about me. It's about me living in a society that's encouraging hedonism. And that does have a direct effect on everybody in society.
So if it's not about you, it's fair to say that the gay couple getting married doesn't actually cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism.
I live in society. Things that are put in place in policy in society have direct effect on me.
Daniel, is he answering the question? I don't think he's answering the question. I'm trying to...
Of course he's not answering the question.
Does the gay couple cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism? I'm not asking if it's about you. That's not my question. I'm asking, oh, by the way, can you get me off speakerphone? For goodness sakes.
Oh, yeah.
Does the gay couple cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism?
Not the individuals themselves, but a society that is encouraging.
Okay, so the answer to that question is no, right? I just want to make it very clear that you're saying no to that question.
And I want to make it very clear to you. I'm not here saying that we need a society that's going into everybody's bedroom.
He's not answering the question. I just want to make it very clear that you said no to that question, right?
Yes, and I said no. Right. I don't want the government to go into people's houses and check to see what they're...
Okay, so the gay couple, if two gay people are getting married, right, it is fair to say, since it does not, you said that the reason you do not like gay people getting married is because it creates a society that pursues selfishness and it puts hedonism above everything else, right? That's what you said, right? You did say that. I just want to make sure I'm steel manning your position correctly.
Yes.
Okay, so if that is the case, I guess my question then becomes, because my initial claim was two gay people getting married, how does that affect you? And so because, right, it doesn't actually cause you, hold on, because it doesn't cause, stop for a second, because it does not cause you to pursue selfishness and hedonism, then it is fair to say that it doesn't affect you. So do you have an actual reason to why you would not want two gay people getting married?
I've already told you, a society setting a standard that hedonism is like a thing that society pursue, gives society that standard to go towards rather than a goal that gives society some benefit. What I'm saying is, if what I would actually
and
like
are
to
there
do
any olives on the olive branch?
We should get rid of marriage in the government altogether, because I don't know. The only reason I know why they're interested in it anyway is because they want new tax revenue being born. But I would say get rid of it altogether.
It's actually not true that you save on your taxes by getting married. The opposite, the other way around.
Okay,
they don't make new tax revenue by you getting married. If you get married, you're saving on taxes.
Do married couples generally have families?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Is they
they want you to make a family, and they want you to be like a stable, group of people. So that's why they promote, tax benefits for getting married.
Yes.
Exactly.
I mean, you were saying that
And
they want new tax revenue. They're not really making more revenue. I mean, unless if you're talking about them having children. I mean, there's people that don't get married and have children, so that's not really relevant.
About. That's the only reason the government cares about marriage, though, is because
I mean, at the end of the day,
incentivized.
Right? 2 gay people can get married. They can, for example, adopt a child. That would be an example.
Why would I agree that gay couples should adopt?
Well, because that they're human beings that are bestowed upon them their inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness.
What does that have to do with being gay? What?
Well,
why does
humans,
that mean?
Right? People ought to be able to adopt if they are responsible. And I don't see a reason why a gay couple can't be responsible. Sure.
Is this SA person a human?
Yep, they are.
So then what are they covered as well because they're human?
Yeah, to an extent, but I mean, I agree with you that there should be restrictions upon people that revoke the social contract. Yeah, 100%. You won't find me disagreeing with that. I don't see gay people, though, however, have any effect. Now, a person that is sexually assaulting people, that is revoking another person's bodily autonomy. And then it's the same thing if somebody is, stealing from people, or, if somebody is what was your other example? I'm just saying, like, you can't compare 2 gay people that are not hurting you in any way, shape, or form to like somebody that is essaying.
Can you steal my argument about the government's involvement?
Yeah, I think you're applying the Andrew Wilson argument, where they basically say that it should be out of the government's hand. It should only be up to the church in order to revoke gay rights altogether.
Gay rights, that doesn't mean anything.
Gay rights, it's LGBT people not being discriminated against on things that are generally assumed by the general public, right? General public can, in fact, get married. I don't see a reason why a gay couple can't get married.
Because there's no reason to.
Yeah, but you're not gay.
There's no reason for gay people to get married.
Would it be? Hold on. What is your Christian denomination, if I can ask?
I don't have a Christian denomination.
You don't have any Christian denomination?
Why are we talking about my faith? This has nothing to do with faith.
I was asking because, like, if I asked you, like, let's say, for example, if a group of Christians got control, let's say that we've got, Catholics who end up taking over, and then they say, okay, Protestants, you are no longer allowed to marry because under the eyes of God, you are an abomination. Right? You would probably be against that because that would negatively affect you, right?
Gay marriage doesn't have any negative effect if it doesn't exist.
Dude, this guy is a master dodger.
There's no negative effect that would happen.
Yeah, he's not. I don't know, dude. I got to move on, man. It was good talking to you.
But there's no negative.
Joe, I'm just gonna let you know if you call again within this stream, your number is going to be blocked. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Well, you failed.
What an idiot!
Didn't answer
you didn't answer any fucking question, no matter what I was doing.
I mean, this fucking dude. Okay, so I need to send you something, okay? Which, dude, I just found this and it was fucking hilarious. Okay, so there's like this chick like posting on Twitter, like just like Christian fascism, like nonstop.
Yeah,
and.
Oh, wait.
She has like these AI videos.
Hold on.
Okay, about like their perfect Christo-fascist society.
Hold on.
Like
I've
dude,
got
they're amazing.
Hold on. I'm making a clip here. Watch this. You're gonna love this. Watch. 1200 by 1200. I don't know. Let's do it 2000 by 2000 maybe. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, this is not that guy. This is Merck. How you doing?
Hey, Merck. What you want to talk about?
To continue the conversation, I mean, I missed some of it. It was about gay rights, I'm assuming, is what you were talking about.
You can ask me anything. I'm here listening to people.
Well, I mean, I'm generally on your side just for the fact of there should never be Americans who don't. If we're going to have tax breaks, if we're going to make laws about weird shit about visiting people in hospitals, whether they're married or not, and or weird things like burials, then there shouldn't be one group of Americans who doesn't have the same rights as another group of Americans, period. I don't know how, anybody could argue that. If marriage didn't involve that, I guess that's what he's arguing, but, if it was only in the church, but generally, right? I mean, I think is that generally what you would say as well?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with his position where, I think like he's bringing up like an old Andrew Wilson argument where, that rights don't actually matter. It's just up to people to vote for it. And so they're okay with the idea of revoking, like the whole point is to revoke human rights, right? And in order to like establish a Christian fascist viewpoint. And so it's really sad that there's a lot of people that have, they kind of like drank the Kool-Aid, if you will. It's just a sad scenario, because otherwise I feel like these people would likely be more empathetic if they met somebody that or was involved with somebody that has to deal with this sort of thing. I mean, at the end of the day, they're talking about people like me, where it's like, oh, you don't have a right to adopt. I've never harmed a child. They're saying that, oh, because I'm LGBT, therefore you should not be able to adopt, right? It's completely insane.
I agree. I guess where I want to take, I agree with everything you just said. And whether or not regardless of how I personally feel about the topic, that doesn't change the fact that and I also think I think that a lot of that people like him miss is like, you can not agree with an idea or the way somebody lives their life, but still be civil and friendly around them, right? It's like, if the whole idea about pronouns or whatever, if I met somebody who was a friend of mine, or even just casually, and we were having a conversation, and they asked me to identify in that way, I would do it just out of courtesy because I like them or they're a friend, regardless of whether I don't want people to pressure me into saying pronouns against my will. But that doesn't mean that if getting along, putting your differences aside for the fact of having human interaction.
Hold on for a second. Just give me one quick second. I'm going to here. This is for the chat. I don't know if you have my stream up, but let me know what you guys think of this. Hold on. I've been working. I spent 1 billion hours in Photoshop to do this. 1 billion hours standing. But give me a moment to pull it up. You mute my stream though, if you would be so kind. So take a look here. I now have the fishing pole, and you could see that I am fishing with. Do you see it?
I'm a little delayed, so I got to give it like 1 second.
But all your hard work in Photoshop really paid off.
All the work in Photoshop has paid off, says Daniel.
Is that from Zelda or something, like the Zelda fishing rod?
No, it's no, we're fishing. We're fishing for callers.
Here's what I want to ask you though. No, that's great. I dig it. Maybe you could add that to your feather, like kind of make it into one symbol or something.
All right. Anyway, sorry. So go ahead.
No, I dig it, man. No, honestly, that's a good idea.
All right, Merck. So what did you want to talk about? I apologize.
No, man. I like it. How do you? Okay, I'm gonna try to not be like I'm not. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but how do you feel? Do you feel like gay culture is always in a healthy place? Because, all right, for instance, like I was in San Francisco about 5 years ago during Pride Month.
Wait, what happened to the?
And
why'd you take? I can't hear you.
Some of the things I saw in public were pretty wild, man, and it.
Okay.
There's a lot of things about gay culture that kind of. It's not like there is a lot of sort of libertinism, right? I don't want to use the word hedonism, like libertinism. Like sort of living to fulfill desires at the moment, right? Within, at least it seems like that to me, in the gay community.
Okay.
So
hold on. Now, were you saying specifically Pride Month, or you went to like a Pride event?
No, I was in the area. No. There was a parade going on while I was there.
Okay, so it's a Pride event, not Pride Month.
Oh, okay. Well, that's when they have the parades, right? Generally.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, right? What would you expect to see if you saw an opera?
Not people giving blowjobs and children are walking by.
So, okay, I'm going to ask you once again, what would you expect if you see an opera?
What would I expect?
Yeah, like if you went to an opera, what would you expect to see?
A performance.
Okay. Maybe like people singing?
Right, yes.
Right, specifically opera singers?
Yes.
It would be silly to presume that if you went to an opera and if you heard opera singers, you would get upset, right?
Because I'm choosing to go to an opera. They're going to public places.
Oh. So did you choose to go to the public place, or were you forced to go to the public place?
No, I wasn't forced to go to the public. Well, I mean, I was forced to go I tune it, you know what a luthier is?
Do you see my point that I've...
Yeah, for my job, essentially.
So, did you choose to go to the public place, or were you forced to go to the public place?
Well, I was forced to walk by to get to where I needed to go.
So you were forced to walk by the public place?
Well, should I have avoided it?
If you don't want to see some gay shit, then yeah. I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna be honest with you, okay? You're sounding like you sounded like you're upset that when you went to a Pride event that you saw some gay shit, and it's like, well, you went to the Pride event.
Houses there. What are you talking about?
So it's fair to say you're gonna see some gay stuff. Like, I don't know why the.
Bro, there's people who live there. What
okay. Yeah, so shut the doors. They're not bothering you. Shut the doors. Close the blinds. Does it really bother you that much? Right? The problem is like they get a commission with the city, right? They talk with the city and they say, hey, are we allowed to go here? And then they ask for money and then they pay the city money and then boom, they can be on the public street. That's how it works. So it's not any different if there's like a Christian event or if there is a gay pride event, right? People have a right to commission their city. City charges them money and then they can have their event.
Okay, so I'm going to host a KKK event and hang a black man.
So do you think that hosting a KKK event and hanging a black man is the same as a gay pride event showing some gay shit?
No, but I'm just.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's not even remotely close.
I mean, I think forget homosexuality, public acts of sexuality in general, or something. I think.
I'm just saying, if you're going to a gay pride event,
forget about that.
It's fair to say that you're gonna see some gay stuff.
So, so that's my point. This is why I'm asking you about gay culture. And
okay.
this is a healthy culture to you.
Yeah.
This is like a sort of.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Bro, it's hedonistic and like.
I don't care.
To quote you, but like this is where you want to see Western society head.
Yeah.
Wow. So you think living for the moment and giving into carnal desires is healthy?
Sustainably, yeah, sure. I don't see a problem.
Okay, well then
I think it needs to be. I think it's fair to say that there's probably a sustainable level, Like, for example, you know, if you're going to engage in gay sex, make sure you wear a condom. That would be like, make sure that whatever action that you are making, you're not harming other people in the act of that action.
Right, but you don't.
Know, I mean, it's like if we just
any sexual intercourse in public is breaking the social contract.
Well, hold on. Just FYI, right? Like, sexual intercourse, even at a pride event, is not allowed. But even if you do see sexual intercourse, I'm sorry, the chances of you seeing something gay at the gay pride parade is so astonishingly high. It's like going to a grocery store and be like, why do I see all this food here?
I don't.
If you don't want to see that, then just don't go there.
I'm fine with what do you can't just say don't go there when they're going through public spaces.
Yeah, what do you mean? You don't? I'm sorry. Is that the only street? Like, you can't go around?
It is for the person who. It is for the person who lives there.
If the person that lives there doesn't want to see that, you know what they do?
They go in their house and
close their blinds.
Hide their children from.
They close their blinds. This doesn't hurt you in any way, shape, or form. This is like it's super pearl clutchy to like look at a gay pride event that has been authorized by the city, and that they have this one event, and somehow it's like, oh my goodness, if I look, I'm gonna see something gay. No, I mean, hold on. You don't sound like you're okay with the event.
Okay. For instance, I've seen videos of Japanese pride events. None of this shit goes on.
Okay.
Right? And I'd argue, like,
I wasn't even aware of Japanese pride events. That sounds fucking awesome with sushi.
I'm fine with the gay. Listen, I'm fine with people doing whatever they want in life, but I don't care if you're straight or gay. That's no contract, right? You're like we have.
I'm trying to look at like some Japanese pride events.
Like, it gets back.
Here's what I'm seeing. Let's see if I can make that smaller. I apologize. Hold on. Just give me a second. I'm showing it because I've never even heard of this Japanese pride event thing. But let's take a look at it. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. It just looks like some gay stuff. What I don't understand is, it's like, I swear, like, there's so many people, like, there will be like conservative parents taking their children to a gay pride event, and then they get upset that they saw some gay stuff. And I'm like, bro, you went to the event knowingly. That's your fault. Did he hang up? He hung up. Guys, chat, he hung up. What happened?
Did he hang up?
Oh. I don't know, because you were acting like the exact fucking straw man that he had in his head. Why did you give him so much on that? Why did you make it sound like being gay is this super secret, deceptive thing that we're just hiding from everybody? I don't.
That's not what I said. I was saying like you go to a gay pride event, you're gonna see some gay shit.
No, I don't think he just I think he specifically what he was talking about, and it was more than he just went to a gay pride event. He definitely went to some red light district during a pride event, saw something that he thought was horrifying, which is like, dude, if you go there on any other day other than a pride event, you're gonna see chicks dressed just as lewd, doing just as litigious things, and like also
we got a phone call. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, sorry, man. I lost you. If I lose you again, I'm just not going to call back. I'm driving.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard you. I'm listening to your. What is your co-host saying here about hiding or something? I'm not.
Oh, Kyle is not my co-host. Kyle's just on for the ride, but Daniel Hume is my co-host.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, I'm not. Is there no part of gay culture that you're not allowed to self-police?
Give me a quick second, okay? But guys, if you guys enjoy this kind of like debate style conversations or content, hit that subscribe if you have not subscribed. And hit that like button if you've not hit the like button. Let the algorithm know you like this kind of content and you want more of it. So I appreciate y'all very much for sticking around. Sorry, go ahead, Merck.
I mean, are you guys, is it taboo to self-police? I mean, like, why, like, you know,
well, there is self-policing, and there's even like policing others in the LGBT community, just as any other community. It just depends on what you're referring to. Public displays of affection in an LGBTQ pride event is very common, and to presume that will not happen and you will not see a lewd act here or there is like going to a rated R movie and not expecting to see some boobs. You're going to see some boobs. I'm sorry. It's a rated R. What do you want?
That you're okay with it. And gay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's a pride event. That's what you would expect.
Is that not part of the social contract, though? Anywhere in the world that you don't engage?
I mean, the difference is that it's a pride. Don't hold on. There are tons of sexual acts in public all the time, constantly.
There are red light districts everywhere.
They're breaking the social contract.
No, they're not. Right? No. Two people kissing is that could be a sexual act. Two people making out, that's not breaking any social contract. That doesn't affect you in any way.
That's defined as a sexual act.
Yes.
That's how we define sexual. Go ahead, bring up a definition of sexual act.
Two couples making out is not a sexual act with you?
No, it's an intimate act.
I think it's sexual.
You know, don't get me wrong. He doesn't like foreplay. I get it. Right?
It can
it's fun,
be,
but I'm just saying, like, it's not the definition of sex.
All right, let's see here. I mean, like, if you're asking whether or not that they should be having sex in public, okay, I agree. That breaks the social contract, and I'm not in favor of that at any LGBT event, right? Because you're in public, right? Go to a bedroom, go somewhere, go in the bush.
No, but tongue kissing is a sexual act, and like straight people do it all the time.
So, is a straight person not allowed to be disgusted by it? Put it that way.
You're allowed to be disgusted. I can't prevent you from being disgusted by something.
No, but you're going to look at me like I'm a bigot, though.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, you're allowed to feel the way you do, and I'm allowed to feel the way I do.
That's like, being a bigot to you. That's like, see, this is why
a person being disgusted by two gay people
the
kissing.
Divide is between right and left that I think that you miss so much.
Dude, you're disgusted by just people existing.
No, dude, you can exist.
You're not.
Let the hippie ride. Do what you want to do,
Lobster
man.
Lars
right?
is saying he's a big fan of fucking in the bushes, and how do I highlight? I want to highlight comments, bro. I got to figure out how to highlight comments.
You ever heard that by Oasis?
I don't know if it works on.
Fucking in the bushes.
How do I highlight out? Hold on, is it under Restream? Hold on, let me pull this up. Hold on. How do I highlight comments?
You might need like an add-on
YouTube or Restream.
And tell your brother Tyler there, man. And I'm not trying to I'm not.
My brother Kyle is not my brother,
and I don't hate him. And I'm not trying to say he can't have a happy life. That's not what I'm saying.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, he sounded like he's getting really upset.
Hold on, give me a sec. Can you just hold for a second? I want to see if I can figure something out, and I think it would be really cool if I pulled it off.
You will never figure it out, Commander.
Open the chat panel.
You will fail at figuring it out.
Right click. How do I?
I think you have to go to the doctor to have it pulled off.
How do I do? There's got to be a way to hold on. When someone posts a message, however, highlight, show on stream usually appears. The comment will appear prominently. All right, hold on. Let's see here. We got to figure this out. Oh, it's Streamlabs. Streamlabs. I think it's Streamlabs. Let me log into Streamlabs and see if I can figure out how to do that.
You might need like an add-on professional streamer.
Do I?
To do that.
Do I need an add-on?
Yeah, you might. I'm not sure, but I think you might.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Let me. I want to be able to do this because I think it would be good. I think it would be good for the stream to do it. Just let me see if I can.
I hope everybody's fine to be here for the professional streaming services.
The very professional streaming that you can see me doing right now. How do I do highlight? Control F. Chat highlight. Okay, chat highlight. Let me see. Chat highlight. Enable.
Chad highlight.
Chat highlight.
The chat.
All right, so settings have been updated successfully. So how do I highlight a chat? How is it done? Like position top, highlight chat?
Position top?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
My position
Why are you
is
being
so
hedonistic,
personally.
Amanda? Come on.
Unlimited.
That was
pingers?
another thing. That was
I'm
another thing I wanted to bite back on. Is all romance hedonistic? I mean, is the only purpose
I
of a
don't know why
couple
now my
to raise
restream
a
won't load.
child?
Like I don't know why it won't
I think
test. Is it
Dude,
the...
my
Okay, there it
best
goes.
friend, he's with
How do
his
I-
current wife
How do I
for
do
more than me
this?
and my wife have been together. They don't have kids. They don't want to
How do
have kids. That's okay.
I'm sorry. It's
It's not a
what?
problem.
What is a
Why don't
grand
you bring up
wife?
the search engine of your choice and look
I'm
it up?
just trying to figure it out. Hold on, I'm looking. I'm
Yeah,
figuring.
why
it
don't
out.
you, Amender?
I'm figuring it out.
I get
Is
it,
it
man. I like
because-
to solve problems too.
I do like to solve.
Yeah, and you better still not be driving. Oh my
Chat
god.
notifications.
Amanda, I
font
think
sit-
you're also good at creating problems. Okay,
I'm
not just
very good
solving
at
them.
creating problems. I promise you that. Let me see. How do I? How do? It just it. There's no like option. I feel like I need to use Restream to do it because the chat goes through Restream. Let me see here. Give me a second. How do I highlight? There's got to be a way. Chat. Let's see. Read reply. Chat settings. Embed chat? What is embed chat?
You don't know what
Embed
embedding
chat.
a chat is?
Hold on. No.
Embedding, that's if you have like a website and you want it to stream natively onto that site, you embed it.
Yeah, it just only gives me an option to like block people. It's like, oh, you can block, timeout, add to restream block list. And I don't want to do any of that. I just want to highlight a chat. Can I do it on YouTube? Is it doable on YouTube? Let me, if I can't figure it out, we'll deal with it in a second.
The closest thing I can relate to is like sometimes Jack's films will just take a screen cap of YouTube
highlight
of the chat from YouTube and then bring it up on the screen.
That's not what I want. I don't want to pin a message. I want to highlight a chat. I'm sure there's got to be a way. Anyway, okay, whatever. Sorry. So, is it taboo to self-police? No, it's not taboo to self-police. In fact, people do that all the time.
What were we saying?
Like consent, like, you know what's really big in the LGBT community? Consent. Really big. Huge.
You know what else is really taboo? Distracted driving.
Well, really?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Like, okay, where does the line? I think that's a thing. That's a problem in general, right? Because
consent is a problem.
No, but there is a lot of. There's some really intimate moments that sometimes happen, like okay, like there's better ways about doing consent, like to go up to a guy or a girl, right, and be like, can I touch you right there? Is that okay? Like sometimes you got to go for it, right, and see what happens.
All right. There is an implied consent as well. I think we are all socially aware enough to realize what implied, but it's still consent. Do you understand?
Right, but I'm saying if you go for it and they reject you, did you do something wrong by going for it?
Yeah, you didn't read the situation right.
Yeah, but is that like should that be, is that criminal? Like if you try to kiss somebody?
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on what you did.
Well, okay, right. There's obviously There's boundaries, but you like as talking from, I don't know how it is in the gay world, but you're never going to get with a girl if you don't take a chance and go for
Hold on.
right?
I'm aware there's implied consent. We're all aware. We understand what implied consent is.
It's sort of demonized, right? And like,
no, it's not. It's natural part of human sexuality. Implied consent is pretty often.
Right. It just seems right. I don't know. I feel
I'm saying like
you know,
consent is a really important thing to the LGBT community, right? That would be an example of the LGBT policing itself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But before that, we were talking about I forget what we were talking about. I was going to make a point, but you know, it's yeah, okay. I mean,
Amender, ask him if he's still driving.
It just, you know, it. Man, yeah, I totally forgot where we were going before the whole stream thing.
You're good.
So I mean, yeah, it just. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what I was going to say. You thinking me being a bigot because I don't want to see public sexual acts, even if they're in a pride parade in public spaces.
I mean, I'm saying if you're uncomfortable, just look away. Like, you don't need to be shitty about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know, it's if it was in my like out in front of my house, I would definitely be shitty about it. To be honest.
If you saw two gay people kissing in your house, you'd be like,
no, no,
you're not allowed to do that in my house.
No, but penetrating each other, yeah.
Who,
I mean,
Would that be true if there's like a
do you even have a, do you have a house?
Do I have a house? Yeah.
Okay, you own a house? Sick. Me too.
Yeah. What kind of question is that?
I don't know. I was just curious.
Okay.
But Amanda, isn't like sex in public illegal for anybody?
So, I mean, I guess we're at an impasse here. I'm just, you know, I you know, it's just you like you like how you think the other side is so unreasonable is all I'm trying to get at. Like, and you know, or that they don't want to, they like, I think there's a lot of people who totally like believe in gay marriage, think you have the right to it, all the above, but that some of the culture they just don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, but the best part about this is it doesn't affect you in any way. Nobody is forcing you into this.
No, I know that, but like, you know, you would oh, right, okay, but okay, so then you're okay with like people like supporting your rights but not agreeing with you on a personal level. Was that a society that we can all live in together?
Sorry, what?
Like if there's like people who agree with, you know, all the rights that you should have under the state, right? But personally and morally they don't like homosexuality. Is that like a society where we could all live together happily?
No, because then the homosexuals can't live together happily.
Why not? Yeah, I'm saying if I said like you can have.
Well, because they can't live their life.
What do you mean? No. You can live your life. I'm saying you can have all.
So I can be gay in the homophobic society?
No, because
he's saying like, yeah, just like
so,
agreeing
okay,
with like
so
the fact that they
you're
should
telling
be
me that I have to agree with.
Well, the problem is
and we have that.
I mean,
yeah, I know.
On a,
you're not the problem is he's not questioning
let's say a greater moral idea that everybody needs to agree with homosexuality on a moral level.
Sort of make
like what are you trying to say? That you're trying to say everybody personally should believe in homosexuality?
Everyone should personally. Well,
no, I didn't say that you have to believe in homosexuality. That's up to you yourself to decide.
Right. So why can't we have a society where where people have the rights, but they can disagree with it on a, like, that's what I'm saying. If they're like, you can't live in that kind of society.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
So if you live in a society where you know there's people who said that you can have your rights under the laws of the state, you're equal under the state, right? But that a majority of people disagreed with it morally. Could you live in that kind of society and be happy? like, or you know what I mean? Like, is that
We are?
because why do we have to have this? Why does it have to be that conservatives have to say that they don't want gay marriage because it's going to ruin society, and the other side says no, everybody has to accept us unconditionally and everything we believe in? Why can't it be like, I totally agree that you should be protected under the state. I support everything you do, and I think that when I meet gay people personally and I like them, I can be friendly with them. But if I don't agree with it morally or personally, like, that's, I think, the type of society that we should live in. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like we're already there. You would like to live in a society where people can do what they want, provided they're not hurting other people. So they can have their gay pride parade.
No, but without violating existing laws, that under public displays of sexuality are illegal. What do you mean? I said under the equality under the law.
So like no kissing, no making out.
Stop. You're doing. You know that's a ridiculous argument.
I'm asking you. I'm not. It's not an argument. I'm asking you. Is that what you want?
No, that's totally fine. How don't you understand what I mean? Acts of sexuality.
Okay.
Like
can they
pontificate as some kind of like
can somebody twerk?
You're ignoring the question.
Can somebody twerk?
And you're giving me a bullshit straw man response.
I didn't give you a bullshit straw man response. I was saying, can someone twerk?
Yeah, they can twerk
on another person.
Yeah, they can.
With a thong on?
Sure. Yeah. I'll go that far.
What is your problem?
We know what sex is. Stop.
It's already illegal to have sex in public.
Right. But you're trying to say that we should be okay with it.
No. I didn't say you should be able to have sex in public. This whole time I've never argued that.
Well, then what were you arguing?
I don't even know what you think I was arguing. I'm saying that people have a right to have the pride event. I'm okay with pride events. I think pride events are great. There's nothing wrong with them.
Bro,
and if you're offended by the pride event, like, go turn the other direction and not look at it.
You're being slippery.
I feel like I am not being slippery. I'm addressing exactly.
You're being slippery.
I'm not. I'm not.
Well, you're asking. Wait. Okay. If he's being
so
slippery,
I just told you, when I tell you how I feel on your show, I just told you the other day. I told you might makes right, and I tried to defend it. I don't try to bullshit you.
Where did you get might makes right? Right. Where did you get that?
What does that matter?
He would click the link in the description and join the First Amender Discord.
No. I'm just saying. No. I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I don't sit here and try to like be slippery with you when I talk. And I feel like that's what you try to do. Just tell me how you honestly feel about it.
People have a right to go to have a pride event. I'm not okay with the idea that people can have open sex. I think that, I mean, you should, take it and go to a bush.
Okay, thank you. That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
But you
Go to
went
one of
like
the
a million different
bushes.
ways because you
I
think
did. Well,
that
you were protesting against the gay pride event.
No, I was no. That is not what I said at all, and you know it. This is what I'm trying to say. I said that I didn't like the culture of that in the gay pride parade that homosexuals are okay, and they think there's nothing wrong with having sex in public during a pride parade. I said from the very beginning, you always say, let's rewind. I said from the beginning, I'm okay with pride parades. I'm okay with all that.
And if you're okay with pride parades, and I think we're both in agreement, pride parades are okay. PDA is okay, but provided if, but no sex at the PDA. Okay, cool. I think we both agree.
Okay, the events.
But then why did you try to make it seem like so ridiculous in the beginning? Like,
you sounded like you were protesting pride events.
No, that's so you're starting to be like a little disingenuous, man. I made my point.
I am telling you with 100% certainty that I am not trying to be disingenuous with you, Merck.
All right, but you can go back, and I clearly stated my position from the very beginning. And
I must not have heard it.
You laughed about it. I don't know what you expect to see at a pride parade.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it like,
you were like, there's all this
to make me seem ridiculous,
PDA, and I was like, you're going to see some gay shit at a pride event,
or that it's somehow Like you're trying to frame the conversation in a certain way by doing that.
Well, no, I had a rebuttal, and that was my rebuttal.
Yeah, it was a cheeky way to make me seem like the bad guy.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe reconsider. When you see a pride event, it's like, hey, they're not hurting me in any way. They're not.
That's not my argument.
Okay, well, all right, great.
I don't get how you like.
Did you have anything else, Merck?
We'll let the audience decide. I think that you're being slippery, man. I mean,
okay, I don't think I am, but I appreciate your call, Merck.
All right, we'll do it again soon. All right,
peace.
Man. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Was I being slippery? I don't feel like I was being slippery.
I think there was some misunderstanding there, because I think he was saying, I mean, he was like, when he gave the example, he wasn't like very specific about exactly what happened there and what he was seeing there or whatever. But yeah, obviously, it's like if you go to a pride parade and people are having sex in public, then yeah, that's not okay. You shouldn't do that. But we know where sex in public also happens, Amanda. I don't know if you ever heard about the carnival in Rio, right? Like people do that in Rio, and that's not
from me. You're gonna take what I'm gonna say.
Here we go.
And you're gonna take it from
me. Here we go,
y'all. You know what I was gonna say?
I don't know exactly what you're going to say. I'm just saying.
What I was going to say is that
sex
in public, the supposed sex in public that everyone's worried about, is happening in specific districts that are like the red light districts. These are districts that are primarily lined with strip clubs and bars and sex shops, and are specific areas made for that. And what Daniel's talking about is more of the same, kind of like a carnival.
Yeah, and I'm also, it's like, look, it's like I wouldn't agree with like a straight couple having sex at any parade, right? So it's like, that's why we made these things kind of like illegal, right, in a lot of settings. So that's fine. It's like nobody's saying don't do that, but
Daniel, quiet.
Most homophobes are scared about the, as you said, like the public display of affections, right?
Quiet.
Like kissing.
Please observe. Please observe, Daniel.
Trying to use trans people.
Don't scare away the fish.
You're scaring away the callers.
Wow, Amender, I can't believe you're using trans people as bait now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They're like,
just the flag.
They love it. They can't not think about it, right? They love it. Why do you think they crash Grindr all the time? Okay, there's only one way they crash Grindr. This is the most passionate topic that they have. That's why I'm using the trans flag. Okay, do you understand? Yeah. It's great bait.
So
great bait for.
Are you aware with the 96 study, Amanda, on homophobia and homosexual arousal?
Come on. I feel like I'm fishing for shark in RuneScape. Yo, come on, call in, right winger, please. Por favor. Why not? Why wouldn't they call?
No, I'm not gonna. I want
y'all. If you guys have like a conservative family member, a conservative friend, please call them now. Let them know that there is somebody that is looking for calls and they're LGBT. If you know them, make sure you text them. Text them the number 202-998-5218. Be like, call the woke liberal live and tell him why he's wrong. Call him, please. I feel like this is good bait. This is a good poll. This is a good poll. It's good bait.
You should make like a GIF, to like kind of activate when you're starting to fish.
Well, you don't like me just dragging it around manually?
Oh no, it's fine if you want to do it. I'm just saying it's like,
I should make it. I should do a GIF, like, just like this. I'll go into Photoshop and make it do this.
You could also just VTube.
Exactly.
And just like with VR on.
Yeah.
Have your
proficient.
Yeah.
Come on.
Dude, don't do that with your hand.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that.
that sound like that looked very weird. Oh god.
We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998. Come on, I'm fishing. I'm fishing for the calls.
Amanda,
what's up?
If you want to pass the time, you should look at what I sent you.
Ooh, something to pass the time while we wait for the
You would absolutely
for a
fucking
bite.
love it.
All right, let's take a look here. You should look for stuff for me to like look at, okay? Yeah, because that's the best part, right? Is when we find stuff like that. Anyway, let's see what I can do here. Let's see. We're gonna show the mainstream and okay, gender segregation in polite society, creating separate spaces for men and women, and clearly defined rules and boundaries when dealing with the opposite sex helps maintain order and reduce unwanted and uncomfortable interactions. Okay, this is...
I mean, it's amazing. It's like all AI, okay? It's just like
already
the weirdest thing.
All right, here we go.
Seen.
Nationalist society.
It looks like, honestly, it looks like Roblox.
A butterfly!
Careful there, sport.
My towel load is almost finished.
Also, just pause a bit. Pause a bit.
What?
Let's do a game, right? Let's do a game.
Okay.
Let's count the black and brown people that are going to be in this video. Okay, so thus far, like 0. Okay,
0.
so let's just keep counting. Okay.
By the way, we are looking for calls, right? I'm not wiggling this this fishing pole for no reason. Come on, bite. Call the number 202-998-5218. Come on and bite.
I don't like this bit at all.
Why? You don't like my bite?
My
you don't like my fishing bit?
No.
I'm fishing for I want a bite.
I feel like there's like a deeply offensive message in there somewhere.
Do you reckon they have to specify don't do black or brown people to the AI?
All right. Let's take a look here. Let's see here.
Can I have some juice?
Hey, we're counting
Sure,
them,
honey.
okay? It's 0 thus far.
Oh, the baby is crying. Shh, it's okay. I've got you.
It's all,
it's so nice to be able to do my housework in the company of other women. And the children are...
This is so weird. You're just
they're all wearing hijabs.
Like, this is already really weird.
That's true. They're all wearing hijabs.
No, listen, guys, you're being
women, but
you're being discriminatory to the babushkas. Okay,
I mean,
how do you know that that's a hijab? That could totally,
I don't even see that because I live in an Orthodox country, and especially in the countryside, it's just so normal.
It could just be a babushka
to be wearing that.
It could just be a babushka.
Babushka is not what they're called though. What are they?
It's the old ones.
Babushka. Hold on, babushka.
It would be what a babushka wears, but babushka is just the Russian for grandmother, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Russian for grandmother.
To grandmother, elderly woman. Describe. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
We have the term.
What is that
garb?
What is that garb called? What is that garb called? Because anytime I see a babushka, they always wear this.
Well,
what is that?
Headscarf, basically.
Just a headscarf.
And it's simple as farm. It's a headscarf. Yeah, but I'm sure there's different names.
Well, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Come on,
what
bite.
Is hijab?
Bite.
What is hijabs?
Fucking bastard. Bite.
Hijabs translate to.
It sounds like you're fucking fishing.
Yeah, I'm fishing. I'm fishing for a call. You don't always get a call. You fish for a call. Okay?
You might need to try a Republican flag then, because they'll be more likely to wave
because
it around.
they're attracted to the trans flag, right? They want to bite the trans. This is good bait. Shut up. This is good bait. I don't want to hear it. I've caught many fish with it. Look, see, my bait works. Whoa, we got a bite. We got one, chat. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, can I get your name?
Yeah, my name is Zack.
Hey, Zack, what would you like to talk about?
I mean, it doesn't matter too much. I'm pretty right-wing on every topic.
Every topic, huh? Well, you can. I'm right here.
Probably, yeah.
Listening to you. Anything you want to talk about?
Okay. Can I get a feel for you? Ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
All right. Are you an atheist?
Yep.
Okay. Would you say you're a materialist?
Yep.
Okay. How do you, what do you appeal to for your ethics?
Secular humanism?
secular humanism. Okay. And would you say you're kind of left on, like, is there any topic you're like center on maybe, or more to the right?
Yeah, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in strong social safety nets.
Okay. What's your position on abortion? We can talk about that.
Yeah, I believe in a woman's right to choose.
Up to what point? Like 9 months?
Hold on. I would say up to 25 weeks. 25 weeks. Basically viability.
So
in which case, if it is, well, I wouldn't go as far to say it is a viability. It's more of like a practicality for viability, right? It's like a balance of the ethics and practicality there.
Well, what ethics? Because we have different ethics, so I don't know exactly what that means.
Yeah, like I do believe that human rights are something that we ought preserve. But with that being said, like the question becomes like, when does like, I guess like a fetus become like endowed with its own rights separate from that of the mother? And I think like as long as it requires, I guess, sustenance from the mother, then it's up to the mother to decide if they want to engage in that or if they want to reject it.
All right, so you use a few different qualifiers there. So first you said viability, and then you said something about practicality, and then you said something about sustenance. So let me just focus on sustenance. So I mean, that doesn't really work because, you know, a newborn needs sustenance, even a small child needs sustenance. So is there a more specific way you're thinking about that word, or?
Yeah, I think that if you're born, you no longer technically need the nutrients of like another human. Other humans can willfully take care of them. And so it doesn't make sense to terminate somebody that is already born. They already possess their autonomous rights as an individual. But while they're in the mother's womb, it requires the mother's nutrients in order to survive. And it also requires damage of the mother's body, and that needs to be up to the mother to decide whether or not they want to undergo that damage and nutrient degradation.
All right, so a couple of things there. First off, I would say that an abortion is, I mean, you can't say objectively, but I would say under my view, I would say an abortion is more damaging to the body, just based off statistics than a normal pregnancy would. Secondly, so why does sustenance outside of the womb, how is that a different qualification than sustenance inside the womb?
I mean,
whether it's breast
can
milk
we
or
talk about your
formula or
first
whatever it
statement
is?
there rather than answering the second question, I guess? Because like already, like that's incorrect, like what you were saying.
Okay. Well, we can look at the rate of sepsis and abortions versus the rate of, let's just say, any morbidity for pregnancies.
Yeah. So what I would argue is I would look at individual case scenarios, not apply a generalistic statistic. There could be an instance where an abortion would be more damaging or
So
a
how could you argue
pregnancy
one way or
would
the
be
other
more
then?
damaging. So either or could be the probability, but then that comes down to it's up to the mother's decision to make that for themselves. So like the idea that an abortion is more damaging to the body compared to a normal pregnancy, that can wildly differ depending on the situation.
But you're the one that brought up damage to the body, so how would you support that if not by statistics?
It would be by individual.
By individual?
Yeah, individuals
Okay,
decide.
it seems pretty arbitrary, doesn't it?
No, it's up to each individual to decide.
Okay, so by that there is no standard anymore. It's just whatever each individual decides.
No, it says you can choose up to 25 weeks or viability, 20 to 25 weeks. You can choose.
Okay,
I
I'm
believe
just
that
trying
in a
to
right
pin down
for a woman to choose.
what is the qualifier or the standard for when that human doesn't have rights to when that human does
Yeah,
have the
so
right.
to make a child, it requires damage to the mother's body. And I don't believe
But
another
you
person
wouldn't
has a
answer
right.
what that actually means.
I don't believe another person has a right to damage other women's, people's bodies.
Okay. couldn't you make the case that for a newborn, it's damaging to the mother's lower back? I'm just giving a random example. I mean, wouldn't that be, in your view, wouldn't that allow for the mother to then neglect the child?
Well, if they're already born, they already possess their autonomy, their bodily autonomy. But because they are having the child, they don't possess bodily
exactly
autonomy because it requires
mean?
sustenance of the mother in order to survive.
But they still require sustenance after they're born. So how by your definition do they not?
No, they don't, because you could just give it up to somebody. They do not. You can choose to give up the child.
Right?
Yeah, then somebody else gives them sustenance, whether it be the state or the foster parent.
So they're not autonomous by your own definition.
So they are autonomous in the sense that they respond to external sense stimuli, and they are a living being that can poop, they can pee, they can consume.
All those
they possess all of the things required to establish like that they are themselves a person, right? It does not require the physical sustenance of the mother in order to survive.
Yeah, but you keep throwing in mother. I mean, not every child is born to a mother. Obviously, there's adoption, like you just brought up. So that child still needs sustenance. I'm trying to figure out why it's autonomous if the mother isn't involved versus is involved.
I don't know why this is hard for you to understand.
Because your definition of autonomy is elastic to the point that you can make it whatever you want to support your position.
No, the adoption, a person can choose whether or not that they want to undergo that responsibility. But a mother who has a child in their belly or in their womb cannot choose whether or not the nutrients are degraded and their body gets degraded. And so I believe in order to establish women's right to bodily autonomy, they reserve the right to terminate a pregnancy for any reason up to 20 to 25 weeks.
But we don't apply that same standard to living human beings. So
yes, we do.
No, you can't kill a living human being.
I mean, take for example, like that my sustenance would be better derived if I stole money, by pointing a knife at somebody. I could steal money from that person, but by me stealing money from that person, thus allowing me to buy food, I am revoking another person's bodily autonomy to do so. So we see that as morally reprehensible because we're harming another person, right? And so, but it doesn't even matter.
You're harming another person in abortion, are we not?
It doesn't even matter if I'm being innocent in my destruction of somebody. Let's say if I'm rushing to McDonald's and I accidentally killed somebody on my rush to McDonald's, it's still wrong, despite me being a perfectly innocent individual in the matter. In the same way that a fetus is perfectly innocent, but they are harming a mother in order to exist. So I believe that mother needs to consent to that. Without their consent, they do not have a right to the resources and bodily autonomy of the mother.
Okay, so are you against abortion in all cases except for rape? Because they're consenting to sex, which we all know leads to a baby. So there's still consent in that situation.
Well, sex doesn't imply baby. In fact, most cases of sex don't imply baby.
Chance of baby. It implies chance of baby.
Most instances of sex do not result in a baby.
Oh, most. So there's some. So there's a chance.
There's a chance. So again, like, if a mistake happens and they did not intend to get pregnant, it is up to them to decide whether or not that they want to undergo the degradation of their body to bring another person into being.
But they already consented to the action, which leads to the result of a baby.
I don't believe in using babies as consequence. I think that's a pretty abhorrent position.
I don't believe they're a consequence either. I think they're human beings.
I agree. That's why we
it
don't
seems like
use
you're the
them
one
as
that's framing it as a consequence.
No, I'm not. You're the one that said they had sex, therefore they ought have the child because they chose to have sex. I think you're lording that over them.
Not to kill the child.
There's also doesn't really address I guess later on what are the actual legal implications when people ban abortion. Specifically, I've had instances where There's somebody that I know that had an ectopic pregnancy. Do you know what an ectopic pregnancy is?
Yes, that wouldn't be an abortion.
Okay, well, just so you're aware, because
I know what
of
it is. It's not an abortion.
Okay, well, just so you're aware, they tried to get their ectopic pregnancy removed, and they could not in their state because it was considered an abortion. They had to physically go to another state to get the thing. They had roughly 2 or 3 weeks, and they were going to die if they did not get it removed. Thankfully, they went to another state and got it physically removed. But the point is that the anti-abortion position resulted in a person not being able to have their ectopic pregnancy removed because of the legal gray area that existed. It's completely insane.
Okay, I would be skeptical, but even if I granted that that was true, the total number of humans dying is still far greater if abortion was legal versus illegal. So that's where my position is I want more humans to not be killed. So even if I granted that a human was killed in that situation, it still doesn't undercut
women are going to get abortion if they don't want a child, right? Whether it means that they go somewhere in the U.S. or they go elsewhere.
Do not reflect that at all.
What?
The statistics do not reflect that. If you look before Roe v. Wade versus after Roe v. Wade, abortions were obviously many, many times higher. So that doesn't really.
That's not true.
Doesn't really follow.
Let's see. So I'm pulling this. Are abortions down after Roe v. Wade? Mind you, this is an AI overview.
You think there were more abortions before Roe v. Wade?
Just let me finish. No, the total amount of abortions in the U.S. has not decreased. Rather, it has slightly increased since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Despite abortion bans and severe restrictions in many states, the national total reached approximately 1.14 million in 2024, up from about 1.05 million in 2023. While abortions dropped sharply in states with total strict gestational bans, the national increase is driven by largely three factors. Interstate travel. A significant number of patients travel from states with ban to states where abortion remains legal. Telehealth and medication abortion. This expansion of virtual clinics and shield laws has allowed providers and protective states to legally mail abortion pills to patients residing in states with bans and expanded capacity. States without bans have increased their clinical capacity in virtual telehealth networks to handle the influx of out-of-state patients. So you were saying that abortions have decreased post Roe v. Wade, but in reality it is increased, the exact opposite of what you said.
That is not what I just said. I said it increased. I said my point is restrictions on abortion decrease abortions. And then you brought up that
restrictions on abortions have not decreased abortions. It has increased.
What you just read to me said the complete opposite of that.
No. Daniel,
did abortions go up or down? Did abortions go up or down after Roe v. Wade?
Let me read it one more time, okay?
They went up. They went up, right?
Okay, let me ask you this. Are abortions down after Roe v. Wade?
No, they are up.
Okay. So we're not in disagreement.
Yes, restrictions on abortion make more abortions. Yeah. Like
okay, so maybe not do these ridiculous restrictions.
Yeah, but I want humans to not be killed. That's the thing.
Okay, but I don't believe that you should, just because that there's an innocent person that you would like to live, doesn't mean that you have a right to the bodily autonomy of half the population to do so. I disagree with that from a fundamental level.
Yeah, you keep bringing up bodily autonomy. We don't have bodily autonomy to do whatever we want with our bodies. You realize that, right? Like we can't harm other bodies with our body. Therefore, our bodily autonomy is restricted.
Hold on. Well, are you in favor of self-defense?
Uh-huh.
So you can harm another body if they harm your body.
Sure.
So then why are you against abortion again?
Well, I would ask why you're still for abortion in cases where the baby is not harming their body.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
We got another Dodger in here, man.
In the cases, well,
I mean, it's like if you want less abortions, and it's proven that abortions rose after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he should be in favor.
You don't
of Roe
seem
v.
to
Wade.
like follow
There's less
that you're okay with damaging a body if they could harm your body, but in the instance of a woman where their body is literally harmed, you are okay with forcing the mother to undergo that harm in order to bring that other person into life. It sounds like that you're wrestling with your morality here. It doesn't make any sense. Mine is consistent. Yours is not.
Your arm, can you kill them?
What?
If someone, let's just say someone is squeezing your arm, they're doing something non-lethal to you that's causing harm. Can you kill them?
No.
Okay. So my position is...
Do you think a pregnancy is at the level of squeezing your arm?
A lot of them are. I'm telling you,
my
position is if a fetus is causing lethal harm, then we can remove the fetus.
Have you ever seen any woman undergo a pregnancy?
Yes, I'm a father.
So you will probably be aware that it's a little bit more than just squeezing your arm, right?
It's quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like the most uncomfortable thing that you could go through, save for maybe a kidney stone.
So your position is if a human is making you uncomfortable, you can kill them.
No, it's my position isn't that you can make somebody uncomfortable, you can kill them. I'm saying like it's a lot more than just simply squeezing your arm.
How uncomfortable does that person need to be before you can kill them?
I'm saying you don't have a right to damage other people's body permanently just for your own existence. Right? Even if you're completely innocent, even if you're completely innocent in the matter, you still do not have the right to damage another person's body for your own existence. Anyway, it sounds to me that we're kind of going in circles. Do you have anything else? If not, I have to move on.
Yeah, we can talk about why an atheist worldview is incoherent.
Sorry, repeat that. Kyle was talking over you. One more time.
Sorry.
I said we can talk about why an atheist worldview is incoherent and not true.
Okay. Well, maybe next time, because I think that was a good stopper right there, and I'm gonna continue fishing. I appreciate
that's a topic you don't like. Okay.
I'd be more than happy to discuss the topic. Can we like let other people call in, and then after somebody calls in, call back with that question. I'd be glad to go over it with you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean you're the one that asked, but
appreciate it. You have a good day. All right.
That was like nuts. Actually the one position that makes sense is the invisible guy in the sky that made the universe and cares about which dick you suck.
I just don't understand. Like he's okay with the idea. Do you understand like why like self-defense is okay? Like even if the instance of somebody being perfectly innocent, you don't have a right to damage other people's body just because even if you are completely innocent in the factor.
Well, if you go over legislature, where you go over,
I didn't even get my poll out. I didn't get my poll out, and people are biting. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, howdy, it's me again. The Iraq war guy.
Joe, how many times do I gotta put this poll out?
No, not Joe. I'm the Iraq war guy, not Joe.
The who? The who?
The guy from the beginning, Roundtable.
Roundtable. My apologies. Okay, hey, Roundtable, can you do me a favor? My apologies. My apologies. Roundtable, can you do me a favor and get yourself off of speakerphone, get yourself off of the headphones, and just use just the phone at your face, because it's much better for the recording.
Gotcha.
You also apologize for your crimes at Abu Ghraib.
Yes, that's much better. Also, I need to use the bathroom real quick. Can you just hang tight for just a moment?
Sure.
I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to put it on hold. Just give me one quick second. I will be right back, and then we'll continue with the call. By the way, guys, if you guys have not hit like on the video, do hit like. And if you have not hit subscribe, hit subscribe. I appreciate y'all very much. We've got Roundtable who is on the phone who wants to have another conversation. So we're ready to have that. Just hang tight one quick second, okay? I'm going to put some music on while we wait. Make sure you behave in chat, guys.
You have no obligation to behave in chat, guys. You have full autonomy and freedom.
I think they should.
Oh, is that Ron?
I don't know who that is.
Who is what?
He's just joined. Is that Ron?
No, I'm not Ron.
Oh.
I'm an Egyptian by the name of All of Her Clothes Off.
Wow.
How dare you?
Thanks. I feel
Yeah, so
violated.
I think there's, I don't know if this ties into it, but like the idea that women are just getting abortions willy-nilly. I think in most scenarios,
it's not true.
Of course they
Yeah,
don't.
it's not true.
And
And
also,
like in
like,
most
his
scenarios,
point
that's a
was
serious
wrong.
decision.
Because he was talking about like how actually abortion is really bad for the body, and he's talking about like sepsis, when in reality the vast majority of abortions is just like a fucking pill that you get, and you don't get any sepsis from using them. So it's like I don't even know
Okay, but you
what he
don't
was talking.
understand
I mean,
here.
he was widely uneducated on the matter, and obviously if you're going to get all your talking points from like this like fucking right-wing like farms, that just they're just like building talking points, you're obviously not going to know anything, and you're going to think you're justified morally, right? Because if you're going to go to like this right-wing sphere that is going to tell you that the sepsis is out of control when it comes to abortions,
all right, y'all,
then you're going to say you're doing this for women.
He's back.
Okay, so I just want
we're
to
back, y'all.
say,
Hey, everybody, we're back. All right, so we got
The real-
currently Roundtable who is on hold, so we're going to listen to what Roundtable has to say. Hey,
We're on
Roundtable,
hold,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right, apologies about that. Had to
No, you're all
use
good. You're all
use the bathroom. But what did you want to talk about?
Yeah, it's about the conversation with that last guy. I think there might have been a miscommunication when he was talking about how banning abortion or putting restrictions on abortion does decrease the statistics. I think I think he articulated it very poorly. I'm pretty sure what he was referring to, and the statistic that you cited, was that in states where restrictions were put in, abortions did go down because of the limited access. But in other states, for example, where there weren't many restrictions that were put in place after Roe v. Wade, that's when they increased.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think if you're in a specific state and you make something illegal, yes, it does, the resulting behavior does go down, but that doesn't reduce the demand.
No, right. I agree with that. I just wanted to make sure that part was clarified. And I also heard you said that there wasn't an implicit, like, when you have sex, it isn't implicit that there's a chance for a baby?
Well,
Maybe
it's actually a pretty low probability. And a lot of the times people do actively use contraceptives, or they'll even do it. And by the way, don't do this, FYI, the pull out method, quote unquote. They think, they think that people are not going to get pregnant if you do that. The point is that they're making an attempt, be like, hey, we want to engage in intercourse, but also at the same time, we don't want to have a baby. So they're clearly making a conceited effort, despite how poor, to avoid having children. They obviously don't want to have children. And I don't think simply having intercourse means that you are responsible for children. It doesn't make any sense. There's tons of people that have intercourse that really should not be having children.
Yeah, no, I agree. And like, up until a week ago, I probably would have fought you more on that. Cause like I used to say I'm pro-life. Right now, I'm kind of rethinking everything that I've been doing, right? Because I went from pro-life, pro-choice, pro-life, and now I'm where I'm at, where it's like I don't really know.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to, like, for me at the very least, I think that it's implicit that, like, with the act of sex, even though people do it recreationally, there is always like it. Technically, it's made for reproduction, right? Like evolutionarily speaking, right? So, like, for me, I think
it's both a social thing and it could be a reproduction thing. I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves. We as humans are a social species. And, you know, one of the things that we as a social species engage with is intercourse. And, you know, providing consenting individuals and they don't have an intent of having a child, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Amender.
Sure. I think the part that is weird for me is, like, would you say, and this isn't like, this isn't a loaded question, I'm just generally curious, are you saying that, like, would you say that babies are a consequence of sex, or would we say that's not like it's like let's say someone like took contraceptives, guy wore condom, woman was on the pill, right? Or
No, I believe that
even had, like,
babies
shower,
babies
right?
are a gift of the universe.
Or I mean like a consequence of like or maybe I should rephrase it.
No, babies
The
are not
responsibility
consequence.
to take
I
care of
believe
that
the
child.
idea
Is that a
that
consequence?
using babies and being like, now you have to take care of them in that like retributive way is incredibly, is an abhorrent position to hold, right? Because you're talking about people that possess their own bodily autonomy.
Mm-hmm. You know, I hear you. That's why I'd say right now, like, I'm very unsure about my position. Like, my position beforehand was, you know, babies are a consequence of sex, right? Even if you use contraceptives, and as a result of that, you have to be responsible for that. But like that, the reason why I'm rethinking it though, from that position, is because I think a lot of pro-lifers assume that there is inherently a responsibility to take care of the fetus. I think that's the tricky part, right? Because like I'm not sure, because you guys didn't really get to go into it because he was mostly, you had to correct him on a lot of things, so you guys didn't get too deep into it. But a lot of it was like a lot of it is consciousness or viability or the bodily autonomy argument. Those are like the big three. I guess like what would be the strongest argument you think, and if it's not consciousness, why not?
Yeah, I mean, like I think like 20 to 25 weeks. Well, I don't like to say consciousness, because what that implies is that if somebody is unconscious, you have a right to terminate them. I think like it goes deeper than that. It's specifically having a conscious experience. And so what I mean by that is like you are capable of responding to external sense stimuli. One example is somebody could technically be alive, but let's say if I flash a flashlight into their eye and not even their pupils respond, like not even their pupils are dilating. As far as I'm concerned, their brain is gone. They have no function in their brain anymore. I mean, even their autonomous functions are no longer working. That would tell me that the person that once was is no longer there and will never be there, right? So the example of like, say, terminating somebody, even though that they are physically alive, because they do not possess a conscious experience, it is okay. It is, I would say it is up for moral consideration to whoever is the, has custody of that person to decide, whether or not to terminate it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense to me. I guess to build on that, would you say that like a father has like any? Should a father have any say in an abortion? Because obviously, like bodily autonomy, right?
No.
It's the woman's body, right? Okay, so
the answer is no. It's up to the mother. It's up to the mother to decide because they are the one that have to undergo the risk.
Gotcha. That makes sense. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things on that. You know.
Appreciate your call, Roundtable. Thank you for calling.
No problem, bro. Chat you. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
So that is an is-ought fallacy that doesn't actually even clear the is part.
Who, me?
No, what Home Dog said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't following.
So he's saying it is this, and therefore it should respond in such this manner. That is so it ought. But the issue is you can't even establish the is because sex can also be recreational in a legitimate perspective.
Hold on. Let me get the poll out. I gotta get the poll out. We're fishing. Shh, quiet. You'll scare away the callers.
I'm scared of fish.
We're fishing. Come on, call. You know you want to bite. Look, there's a trans flag. Look, do you see it? Don't you want to bite it? I know you want to bite it. Come on, bite the trans flag.
Actually, I'll go the opposite direction. Give me a second.
I'm going to make a GIF. That's just going to be like...
Did you see, by the way, Amanda, did you see the reflecting pool in DC.
Yeah,
Did
it's
you
green
see
as
like
fuck.
Fox News, like Fox News, like covering that?
Yeah, it's really
like literally,
green.
the guy was in
Hey,
front
we
of
got
the
a
pool.
guys. We got a bite. Fish. All right, hold on. Gotta put away the fishing rod. All right. You're on the line with First Amender.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I never get to talk to you.
Can I get your name?
No, they call me Fluffy.
All right, Fluffy. What would you like to talk about, Fluffy?
Okay, I would actually like to discuss gender with you. I want to
Okay.
hear your opinion on that first.
All right. What specifically?
Just generally, I want to see how you think about it, and so just give me your ideal thoughts, and we'll kind of like walk further down a path. Should something interesting show itself?
It is a predication on the internal sense of sex. All gender predicates from the internal sense of sex.
Why?
Why does it all predicate from an internal sense of sex?
Yeah. What do you think that? It could be like why, or like why it is, why it's seen that way.
I guess because I don't have a better explanatory mechanism.
Well, I think I might have a better one.
Okay.
I think gender is a metaphysical attribution loosely based on sexual secondary and primary signaling, right? And over time, it evolved into a set of rules and an ideological structure in which someone ought to be this way because they are XYZ. And then since they do that, they fill and fill it. So gender is largely like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right? So that's sort of how I view gender.
I would, number one, I would push against the idea that it is an ideological structure. I think it is I think gender is a discovery, not an ideology.
No, I think that gender roles and the establishment of gender is ideological.
No.
Okay, so how are we both using ideology? We'll start there.
No, I would say that gender roles is a it is performative. And I don't mean that in terms of like an actor.
But okay, so we'll start. What do you think I mean when I say ideology?
Like a doctrine.
Kind of. What I'm actually referring more to is it is an established structure that goes unquestioned.
Yeah, I don't believe that gender roles is ideological, considering it exhibits itself throughout all societies, even ones that are geographically separated. And so what I would say is that a gender role isn't an ideology in the sense of like in the sense that you're, well, I mean, I guess like when it says like an ideology, it means like someone's like gets like dogmatized into this, but gender roles can get like, they do get like instilled into you from like a very young age. But I'm saying like if you perform that gender role, like the gender role in itself, if you do not perform it, then there is no gender role.
Okay, so here's the razor, right? Do you think the average person could do a very good job explaining why men should do this or that or the other?
No.
Okay, so, but they nevertheless believe very firmly they should, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I believe this is an ideological structure because it is the dogma underpinning behavior that goes unquestioned. So when you speak, there is what is spoken and what is not said. There's the black space and the white space. Gender occupies largely white space that is then transferred subtextually.
That went over my head. I don't follow.
Okay, so basically what I'm saying is that there's like an unspoken assumption about what girls should do and what guys should do according to that society, and no one really questions it too much, right?
Well, that's part of the performativity. That's the performativity of gender. Do you know what I mean by when I say performativity?
Well, yes, but I'm saying the performance is to signal this thing, but that doesn't tell me anything of the source.
No, I mean, it's people are the source. People create it from.
Is necessarily in
gender. It is basically the act of society or people doing is what makes it performative.
But it's performative. You're saying they are acquiescing to standards they do not necessarily hold themselves. Somebody saying you're being performative right now, they're meaning you're sort of trying to placate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's, yeah. So I go with Judith Butler's theory of performativity specifically, not performance.
Who decides who's valid or not?
What?
Who clears the test?
Who clears the what?
Yeah. Who gets the test? Who decides the test? You're saying gender is a performance, right? And it is in the instance and the phenomenon of gender, right?
No. I'm not saying performance.
Yes, it is.
No, different things.
One is not.
This is why it's important to understand Judith Butler's theory of performativity, because it's very distinct, where it is not talking about performance. It is referring to performativity. This is a really vital distinction, right? Because what people think is that gender is just simply, oh, you put on a dress and you act a specific way, therefore that is what you are. No, it's performance, right? Is going to imply that conscious voluntary choice, like an actor playing a role on stage, right? That's performance. Performativity is an unconscious and continuous accumulation of social norms that bring reality into being. It is the way that society forces us into norms, such as how you dress, how you walk, how you talk, simply to fit in and be recognized as a valid subject.
The problem I have with that is, if it is contingent upon this performativity, there is a bar. And who gets to decide who's a woman and not? That is the problem I have with that.
Okay. I mean, I would probably say a philosopher gets to decide.
Why?
Because that's where we predicate philosophical ideas.
No. That's not the only place.
Where else do we get philosophical ideas from, if not philosophers?
Survivalist, tactician.
If a survivalist provides a philosophy lesson, they would also be a philosopher.
He can take the philosophy of those things, but he would not be called a philosopher by anyone because he's applying it.
Why not? I mean, like, for example,
You're not saying that
Diogenes was a philosopher. He was also homeless.
What I'm saying is the philosopher is someone we assign a label because they're out like at the beginning of the logic.
I mean, we're just getting into the weeds of like what we consider to be a philosopher. I'm saying that you're asking who gets to decide the bar, and I said philosophers decide the bar. And I use Judith Butler's work on their concept of performativity because I think it aligns well with reality.
But the issue I have is that means that there's some people that would fail at being a woman.
Are some people which fail at being a woman? By performativity standards, I suppose so. If you make no effort to apply the performativity of woman, then yeah, you would fail at woman. Sure.
Yeah. So, and I'm saying, right. But the issue that makes it is, well, now who gets to decide who is and who isn't?
I would say whether or not you show that performative nature. And again, I've already established the rule on the basis that philosophers decide. You're just asking the same question.
The conclusion is the premise, right? At the end, the contention we're having is what is the predicate of becoming a woman?
I'm saying like this one aligns well with reality, and I'm okay with it. It's open enough where I think it fits the categories. I can't, for example, expect somebody to call me a woman because I explicitly do not show any performativity of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's just people assigning a specific standard that.
Yes, I'm saying that is a reasonable standard to hold.
right, is that the issue is whatever standard you're going to show me, I can go to people who are undoubtedly going to be called women, and I can have you invalidate their womanity in front of me. And then at that point, how can you match the functionality of the word, which is as defined by its description?
I say bring it on. Show me.
Okay, what's your standard on a woman? Give me a.
What?
Yeah, I said whatever bar you're going to clear. I can choose people that would undoubtedly be called a woman that you'd have to eliminate.
Yeah,
for me.
who? Who?
What is a woman?
It depends if you're talking about gender or sex.
We're talking about gender, obviously. That was the topic.
Internal representation of female 18 plus.
Okay. Internal representation. What's a representation of being female?
A representation of female?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a feeling in your brain.
So you know it when you see it?
Huh?
So you know it when you see it?
You can't see a feeling.
I'm making fun of you because that's a reference to a pornography
I'm
case.
saying if you have an internal sense of female and you exhibit no performativity, it is not reasonable to presume that people would refer to you as a female, socially speaking, provided that you have provided zero performativity behind it.
So trans women that do not present womanly enough should not expect people to respect their pronouns.
I'm saying that it is not reasonable to presume that
I'm not saying
that you will be gendered correctly if you do not establish the performativity.
Yeah, but how do you know who does or doesn't?
How do you know who does or does not what?
Meet the performativity.
It's up to individuals to come up to that decision, and it's going to be different between each individual. I mean, for me, it wouldn't take much, right? If somebody even has even the tiniest amount of performativity, I would refer to them as their preferred gender.
We don't need the example. We got the rule, right? And I am going to bring you to absurdity. Okay, my standard with a woman is whoever eats pineapples.
Okay.
And if you're eating pineapples, I won't gender you properly.
Okay.
You
That's
more
your
valid.
concept of performativity. Fine.
Wait, saying how are you more valid than me?
I mean, I disagree with you. There's nothing about eating pineapples that is inherently woman or man. It's just that would not be a performative nature that is specifically male or female, or even like generically male or female. And so I disagree with you, but you can have that idea. Sure.
Wait, but you said to me, right, that the standard is atomized and to the person.
Yes.
And that means you can make up literally anything and have that be a woman.
Yes.
Okay, so then nothing is actually a woman because it applies all things.
No, because it is predicated on an internal sense of the self being gender, being female, and being 18 plus.
Definition of the water, you just dilute it.
I don't see how this is any valid defeater, but
wait, what I'm saying is that you're just absurd. You're basically.
I mean, it's up to the individual. Do I think it's absurd that somebody would think that pineapple equals female? Yeah, I do, because the society does not show that performativity. But I mean, I guess somebody could, in theory, come up with that, and then that is their criteria. Fine, have that criteria. I can't stop you.
Wait, you said individuals decide this. Now you said society.
I'm saying like that there's probably like a general societal idea of performativity, and it's like somebody could diverge on that performative nature, and that's fine.
What if like maybe we all existed as individuals, but we are all responding to similar institutions, which we interpret based upon our standpoint and our specific other occupations at intersections of these institutions? What if that might explain it?
I went over my head. I have no idea what you just said.
Okay.
Daniel, did that go over your head? Because I did not. I did not gather that.
Well.
Okay, so institution.
Hold on. Pause for a second. I want to hear Daniel. Hold on. Go ahead, Daniel.
I can't hear Daniel.
Yeah, I know you can't hear.
I mean, I kind of understand what he's saying, but I think like he's also not really understanding what you're saying, and because of that, he's just trying to kind of like win the debate instead of understanding what's happening.
Yeah, no, Daniel's just saying that that we're not understanding each other.
Okay, so I do understand what Amanda's saying. I don't misunderstand it because I'm directly responding specifically to what they say.
No.
But
I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you the last word, and then I'm gonna move on. We're going to continue fishing.
Okay, so essentially your standard is absurd because nothing grounds it at all, and women could literally become anything. A lot of your premises are sort of taken for granted, not justified within your perspective. And I don't think this is a very good defense of gender. That's what I believe. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Man, I didn't even have my pole in the ground. Hold on, give me a sec. Give me one quick second. I just answered the phone so that way it doesn't hang up on you, but hang tight, all right?
Yeah, no, you're good.
You're on the line with First Amender. Can I get your name?
Yeah, so I'm Quiet. I know, silly name. It's...
What's up, Quiet? What would you like to talk about?
Well, I'm actually curious because what about right wing, left wing? They all say that they're, First Amendment people. I was curious on your stance of the First Amendment. Do you believe that some speech should be limited, or are you an absolutist?
Yeah, some speech should be limited.
Oh, well, shit, dude, you made it no fun. I was hoping you were going to be an absolutist.
Who is an absolutist?
I don't know. A lot of right-wingers say they are. A lot of left-wingers
They're
say
not.
they are.
They're not.
Yeah, no one.
You can ask any right-winger about Drag Queen Story Hour, and they'll completely crash out.
Oh, we'll all crash out at the same time, but I'm fine with, trannies. I'm sorry, that was a rude
chill.
word.
Damn. Holy crap. Jeez. I'm very trans-affirming, just so you're aware. So I would avoid the T-slur, if you would.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but my boyfriend is TS, so I'm fine with it. It's
okay.
Just...
Yeah. I do not care. I'm also very trans-affirming, and and I have trans friends myself, and I identify with it pretty heavily. So I don't like that word specifically.
Okay, well, I will refrain from using that word.
Appreciate it.
Let's go with, because you're not an absolutist and nor am I, so that's a dead argument right there. What about affirming children? Are you pro, against, or undefined?
Pro, very pro.
Okay, why would you say that? Because we don't have long-term studies other than money. And money's, his test, both of the twins ended up, not doing so well.
I mean, there are multiple studies that go even after money where they're able to exhibit children who have, say, gender dysphoria. But typically, if you do not have gender dysphoria but feel that you are trans, they just provide social transition. So they could just choose whether or not they want to stop at any point.
Okay, but dysphoria itself, by the DSM-5, you have bodybuilders who just jack themselves with testosterone, lift heavy things, they're body dysmorphic. They end up dying super early because of the hormones and just the amount of brutality that they put into their bodies. Are you not worried about children?
Yeah, we're talking about gender dysphoria, not body. Is it dysmorphia or dysphoria?
Well, I think it's dysphoria. So I said the wrong thing.
No, body. Sorry, it's dysmorphia, BDD. These are different things. They have different cures. They have different care. They have different criteria. These are just different things. I can't compare these two. And if you pull up your DSM-5, because the studies show that body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria are two separate diagnoses, and they have different standards of care.
Okay, in my understanding, dysphoria is you think your body looks wrong. And so people just lift heavy things and they shoot themselves up with testosterone. I'm not really seeing a difference.
So I just looked it up. So body, and so we're not actually saying dysphoria. We're saying body dysmorphia, not dysphoria, dysmorphia. These are different things. Body dysmorphia is different from gender dysphoria. The DSM-5 shows this.
Okay. But why are we allowed to, and I really want to be nice about this, why are hormones being put in children at all?
Well, you could be fair to say that hormones are not being put in children unless medically necessary.
Okay. But why would it be medically necessary?
Well, for example, gynecomastia.
Okay, I'm clearly retarded. I don't know what that means.
The slurs, man, you got to chill with them, man. We're on YouTube.
No.
If we were on a Discord call, I wouldn't care as much, right? But we're.
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
Okay.
I'm the R word. I don't understand that word.
All right, cool. That's fine. So, yeah, so gynecomastia is where you grow breasts as a male.
Well, I mean, people that smoke, the green stuff, they grow boobs.
No. This is a hormonal condition because of the way testosterone breaks down into types of estrogen, and then it is synthesized in the body in certain males, and then they grow breasts. They grow breast tissues, literal boobs. If I couldn't show you a picture because it would just literally I would just be flashing you boobs.
Well, I mean,
Anyway,
boobs
we provide, for
Everyone loves
example,
boobs.
it's not typical that a male going through puberty. I mean, could you imagine growing boobs through middle school as a boy? Could you imagine?
Well, I mean, no, I can't because I didn't. I'm not the, smartest of people.
Well, okay. So if you thought about it, right? What do you think would happen
it would be very
if
difficult
you were
and
growing boobs? Do you
bullies
think you'd
exist.
get bullied? Hello?
If trans
I'm asking, like,
exist-
if you grew boobs as a middle school boy, do you think that you would get bullied?
Oh, dude, I knew a guy with the last name Gaylord. He got bullied all the time. And
I'm
he
saying,
was
do you think you would get bullied if you grew boobs as a middle school?
Oh, I know I would. I'm saying my friend got bullied because of his last name. Dude,
Do you
children
think
are
that you would
evil.
be uncomfortable?
No, not really. Because
As a
I had a
boy
good group
growing
of friends.
boobs?
Well, I'm saying me personally, I wouldn't because I had a good group of friends. But I'm saying yes, it's possible.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I mean, doctors are aware of this, and they also know that gynecomastia is not typical, and so what they provide is hormonal care for a child with gynecomastia. So yeah, I'm okay
but
with
that's an outlier.
hormones. But hold on. So what you asked earlier, and I wrote down what you said. This is why are hormones be put in children at all? And I said I'm okay with hormones being put in children. And one great example of it, if it was medically necessary. And you say, well,
Yeah,
what would
and
be a
you
medical
brought up a
necessity?
great
And I said,
example.
gynecomastia. That is a
Yeah,
really good
and you
example
brought up
why
a
you would
great
want to
example,
apply.
and you proved it.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm okay with hormones. If for example, if a child has gynecomastia, I would want to give hormones to the child so that way the child can live a relatively normal life. If a
completely
child
agree with
wanted to say, if they felt that if they were diagnosed with gender dysphoria by a medical professional, a psychologist that is trained in that, in transgender care, then I would be perfectly okay with applying hormone blockers in that instance, so that way they can come to an informed decision later on in life to whether or not they want to transition or not.
But that's where I want to go with this conversation, because this isn't a debate. I don't want to fight you. Well, I mean, it's kind of a debate, but it's good faith debate, if you follow me.
Appreciate it.
But with the whole trans thing, and my boyfriend, he's trans, his name is Maya, I don't believe that most children are trans because it's super rare.
Wait, I agree. I agree with you. That's why I think that you have to go to a professional that is actually trained in that field to determine if you have gender dysphoria. And if you have gender dysphoria, then okay, give them hormone blockers and then allow them a couple of years to decide if they want to transition and come to a fully informed decision as to what are the risks on that, and leave it up to the parent as well as the healthcare professional to decide that. Notice that this is all a professional field, that it would all be backed at an empirical level and tightly controlled, because yes, I agree. There are people where it's like, maybe, someone was just influenced. Sure. I mean, if that's the case, then, a lot of the times these people get away with just having a social transition. Social transition is just simply wearing dresses, makeup, whatever stuff that is, it wouldn't affect your body in any way, shape, or form. And for a majority of trans kids, this is enough, right? And a lot of the times they grow out of it, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But you understand that the hormone blockers are the same drugs that they give to, SA people and chemically castrate them.
If I can intervene, Amanda, a lot of these hormones are actually being given to cis children, right? To delay puberty. And actually more cis children actually get these drugs than trans kids.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, take your time.
I'm looking up what you're saying here. Let's see. The medications used in puberty blockers, as such as GnRH agonists like leuprolide, do belong in the same drug class used in chemical castration protocols for sex offenders. Both medical procedures rely on the same underlying mechanism, suppressing the body's natural production of sex hormones, testosterone or estrogen. However, the intent, dosage, clinical context differ significantly depending on the patient and the goal of the treatment. So under the medical, let me share for everybody. Physicians administer chemical castration drugs to adult sexual offenders to reduce circulating testosterone to very low prepubescent levels, which intentionally eliminates or drastically lowers the sex drive. Puberty blockers for adolescents. These drugs are used to temporarily pause physical changes of puberty. The goal is to provide the adolescent with time to evaluate their gender identity without the distress of developing unwanted secondary sex characteristics such as breasts or facial hair. When the medication is stopped, the body's normal hormone production and sexual function resume. These identical drugs are also routinely used to treat hormone-dependent cancers such as prostate or breast cancer, severe endometriosis, or precocious puberty in cisgender children. So the intent and the effects are different.
Well, they are different, but at the same time, when you went through puberty, and I'm assuming you went through puberty, normally like I did.
Yeah.
If you stop puberty and then you reach the age past puberty, so I'm going to say 16, 17, you have now negated your normal growth and you will grow differently.
Also wrong.
Well, how is that wrong? Because it seems to
for starters, just for starters, I was a late bloomer. I think I started getting puberty when I was roughly about 16 years old. And one of the things that actually causes or starts puberty is a certain fat body count or a body fat percentage. If you do not have enough fat, then you don't go through puberty. This is why a lot of Olympic athletes, who are 16 plus. You'll have females 16 plus, who are gymnasts, not go through puberty until they stop competing because they don't have enough fat to actually start the pubertal process. So you can actually naturally induce pubertal suppression, but that doesn't mean that like somehow that the gymnast, grows up malformed. They just have puberty at a later age.
Well, no, I didn't say malformed. I'm just saying that the normal puberty rate is around, I think, 12 years old to 17. Like that's the normal pubescent range.
Well, it's fair to say that usually hormone blockers are applied at the time of puberty, at the moment of puberty when it starts, to about usually a couple of years to decide. So it would be within that range.
Well, yeah, in that range. I don't think we're having a disagreement there. But if you're going to disregard that range, then the body isn't going to accept it. Like, if I put on, I don't know, testosterone blockers when I was 15.
Well, hold on, but the body does accept it.
Well, we don't have any proof of that. We have no long-term studies.
We know what the body does regarding puberty. We have an entire field of study regarding puberty. It's called endocrinology. We're aware of these functions.
We have the study of puberty, but I'm saying with puberty blockers, we have no research.
We do. There's a lot of research on puberty blockers.
Well, how long has the research been? Because for all I know, it's been,
the ball keeps being kicked down the road as like, this isn't long-term enough, where it's like, you'll have like 10-year-long studies, which would be considered long-term. Same thing with 5-year-long studies, also considered long-term. But a lot of right-wingers, they'll say, well, that's not long enough. What about 20 years? What about 30 years? And they just keep kicking the can down the road, despite the fact that this information is out there.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can call me a right-winger.
I'm not saying you're you. I'm saying like a lot of right-wingers say that. I'm not saying you're a right-winger.
I think 20 years. I think 20 years is a reasonable long-term.
What about 10?
We don't have 20 years. Like if you look at polio vaccines.
What about 10?
We had 50 years of studies, and
because it's been that long. But what about 10?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think 10 years is enough study, because if we look back,
they always keep kicking the can down the road. There have been, for example, when it was like 5 years, when it was like, hey, we have this 5-year study, that's a long-term study. They would say that's not long enough. It needs to be 10 years. And then now that we have the 10-year long study, it's like, okay, well, that's not long enough because, what we need is a 20-year study.
We have a 30-year study from money, and money's study.
I mean, there's a lot of studies after money. Like money isn't the end all be all. In the same way that like, I don't know, what is it? I don't know, what is it? Money isn't even the founder of this. Like a lot of people say it is because, I don't know, Matt Walsh said it once.
Oh, that's the beard guy from the Daily Wire?
Yeah, the racist, ethno-nationalist, right-winger, transphobe. Yes.
Wait. He's racist?
Yeah.
I've only seen a few videos, but he seems pretty vanilla.
No, he's extremely racist.
All right. I didn't know that. I should watch him more then.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm racist. I just didn't know he was.
Yeah. The Southern Poverty Law Center classified him as an extremist who has cited his promotion of the Great Replacement theory of conspiracy theories about an anti-white violence. Conversely, Walsh and his supporters reject those characterizations. Walsh argues anti-racism movements like DEI initiatives are a form of reverse racism that is inherently hostile to white people.
What's reverse racism? I thought racism was just racism.
Yeah, he says DEI is racism.
Well, I think it is.
It's not.
Why is it not?
Because it's addressing the thing of racism.
Well, I mean, according to Harvard, they stopped accepting Asians because they got in too much. That's racist.
I mean, there's an argument to be made there, but they didn't stop accepting Asians. They still accepted Asians.
No, they just lowered the, acceptance rate. That's racist.
Yeah, because it's
by
Harvard.
definition.
It's
no,
Harvard.
You guys are doing too good.
I mean, it's Harvard. Like, there's only so many people that are going to be getting in. And
also Brown.
Their checks are
there was a lot of
extremely
colleges.
stringent. Anyway, we're moving off of topic. Do you have anything else for me, Quiet?
No, I think we covered a good amount, and you were very respectful. I hope I wasn't disrespectful.
No, you were good. You were good.
Yeah, no, it was a pleasure talking to you. I'll let you fish more.
I appreciate your call, Quiet. Are you subscribed?
Yes, I did.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Quiet. You have yourself a great rest of your day.
You as well, boss.
By the way, Amanda, do you remember when the Supreme Court said that what all these colleges were very racist and they should stop?
Wait, hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
Because all these
Daniel, hold on.
Yeah, just take the fishing pole.
The fishing pole.
But remember, it's
Let's
like,
get the music on.
because like all these right wingers were saying, it's like, oh my God, all these Asians are being like hurt by the fact that Harvard is applying these racist rules, right? So they struck it down. You remember?
Yeah.
Can you guess who is the only demographic that actually had their numbers growing in the applications and acceptance to like these colleges?
I thought it was white
You think
women.
it was Asians?
I thought it was white women.
No, it was just white men, actually, just white
Wow.
men. So like everybody else just went down, but white men went up, right?
I mean,
in all
I
these
guess like the
colleges.
problem is like in the socioeconomic conditions, it follows, right, based on generational wealth. The chances of a white man being admitted to Harvard was pretty high, which subsequently meant that there were just less minorities showing up despite being capable. Anyway, looks like we got a bite. We got a bite, y'all. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's up, dude? I was here before.
Can I get your name?
Yeah, Zack, the abortion guy.
All right, Zach, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about atheism versus Christianity.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think you have an account for any parts of your worldview, including ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics.
In epistemology, ethics, and what else?
Metaphysics.
Metaphysics. Which one did you want to go over first?
We can do any of them. My argument is that you can't account for any of them.
Okay. Did you want to start with epistemology?
Yeah, do you want to give your account for epistemology?
Yeah, I ground my epistemology on an empirical framework mixed with predictive measure.
And how does empiricism justify epistemology?
It doesn't.
That's what I just asked. How do you account for it? Your
So I said empirical framework mixed with predictive measure. So we use my empiricism, my senses, to establish a predictive outcome. And if it is not predictive, it is further away from truth than if it was predictive.
So you're appealing to your own sense data?
Yes. To be fair, you have to do
how's
this
that
as well.
justification? Yeah, but I have a God. To you, it's all material.
I do not require a God in order to establish my empirical framework mixed with predictive measure. In fact, God actually fights against predictability.
Okay. Yeah, you're not really answering the question. Is what
I
what is
did.
your
I did.
justification
Hold on.
for your
I did.
epistemology?
Hold on.
Not
Stop.
what
Stop.
is your
Stop. Stop.
epistemology, what is your
Stop. Stop.
justification for your
Stop. Stop.
epistemology?
Dude,
You're
when I'm telling you to
misunderstanding the
stop,
question.
when I'm telling you to stop, I don't want you to be bad faith with me and say that I did not answer the question. I am writing down what you say live. Everyone can see that you are asking questions, and I am responding to the questions in as good faith as I possibly can. Do not say that I did not answer the question. I did answer the question. You asked specifically, how do you ground your epistemology? And I said, I ground it on the basis of an empirical framework mixed with predictive measure. And so you're asking if I appeal to my sense data for this. Yes, I have to appeal to sense data as well. You have to do this as well. However, senses can be wrong. That is why it requires predictability to determine whether or not your senses were correct or incorrect.
Predictability, can you elaborate?
So I predict that I will not phase through the floor as I walk, because I have in the past been able to walk and not phase through the floor.
Okay, but even in that sentence, you presuppose time and you presuppose the self. So how
okay,
are you
hold on. Are you asking about epistemology or are you asking about metaphysics? Because you asked specifically about my epistemological framework, and I've provided you a concrete understanding of my epistemological framework. So did you want to go to the metaphysics?
It's a meta question, so I'm asking for the epistemology.
No.
Of your epistemology.
I'm following what you're saying.
Do you understand?
I asked you, out of all three, which one did you want to discuss? Epistemology, ethics, or metaphysics? You decided to go into the epistemology, right? You chose that. And so yes, under that basis, right, if you want to change it to no longer talk about epistemology, do you want to talk about metaphysics now?
No, I'm not changing. I'm clarifying what my question originally was, which you misunderstood. So
what is your question about? Please talk about epistemology, please, not metaphysics.
Well, I'm talking about your epistemology of your metaphysics.
Okay, so you're talking about metaphysics. Okay, branches. Let's talk about metaphysics. What is your question on metaphysics?
Okay. Yeah, what is your justification?
My justification for metaphysics?
Uh-huh.
Okay, my justification for metaphysics is all things that can be, cannot be, all that which is logical, factual based. All laws of physics are predicated upon a non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe.
Bro, what? You can't appeal to the thing in question to justify the thing.
I say I appeal my metaphysic, as in all grounded things, logic, facts, reality, is based on my appeal to a non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe. That is my metaphysic.
Okay, and how does that get to grounding?
Because it creates universe.
According to you, I'm asking why is that the case?
No, not according to me.
Well, you just said it, so it is according to you.
Okay, so I'll explain. I'll explain it. It's actually according to logic. The reason why
you don't have logic in your worldview.
I do. It is based on the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe.
What is logic? Where is logic?
It is based on the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe. Now, do you want me to clarify it or not?
You don't even understand.
Do you want me to clarify it?
I don't think you understand the question.
I understand presup arguments. You're trying to make a presup argument and you've never heard this explanation. I can explain to you the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe if you're willing to hear me out.
You're using the thing in question to justify the thing I'm asking you to justify. It's circular.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
You would just take your explanation to the grounding of all logic and facts is not the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe, but rather the anthropomorphic creation of the universe, a literal God that thinks, that feels, that makes decisions, that cares about us. And I'm saying that it doesn't care about us. It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't think. It doesn't care. It doesn't have... No, because there's no temporality. There is no time. You cannot decide without time. It is beyond space-time, and so therefore would logically possess zero anthropomorphic properties. Even the aspect of seeing upon it makes no sense because seeing requires photons to bounce and therefore time. So whatever this is, its framework would exist on a single frame of existence that is never changing and would possess no anthropomorphization of any kind.
So your answer is logic exists because logic exists.
No,
right?
My answer is that there is a likely creation of the universe that is based on a non-anthropomorphic entity.
How do you know that?
Because there is no time to infuse an anthropomorphosis.
You're just asserting that. How do you know?
There is no time. How does it decide? How does it think? How does it see? How does it have a mind? All of these things require temporality.
And you can't justify anything metaphysical, including that.
I did. I justified it on the basis of a not. Well, we know the universe is there. So something created it in the same sense that if I saw an island, it is safe to assume that something created the island. For example, I would imagine that there are probably tribesmen that are on the island and there is a volcano that explodes and then it destroys the island's village or whatever. Now, one would illogically... Hold on, hear me out. One would illogically infer that the volcano god was mad at it. But the reality is that the volcano doesn't possess any anthropomorphization whatsoever. It's just a volcano, and it is just by sheer matter and the cause and effect of matter which enable the volcano to explode and then destroy the village. It's not that there was an entity that was mad at the villagers. So this is the same concept regarding beyond space-time. If there is something that exists beyond space-time, if that even makes sense, it would likely be able to create universe, considering universe does exist. But considering there is no space-time fabric, it is safe to assume in the same sense the volcano god cannot possibly actually be a volcano god. It's just a volcano. That which creates the universe is not anthropomorphic.
All right, I'm going to try to be very clear. I don't want to hear how you view things through your worldview. I want to hear why your worldview is true.
Well, now you're talking about epistemology.
I'm asking, okay, I explained this earlier, or at least I tried to, and you started melting down. I'm asking for the epistemology for each branch of your worldview, including epistemology itself.
It is an empirical framework mixed with predictive measure. I've already explained this.
Why is empiricism true?
Empiricism in and of itself is not true. It could either be true or not true. You use predictability to determine whether or not you are closer or further away from truth.
So you're appealing to something which you admit cannot be true.
You have to have some way to take in sense. You have to have a way to take in information. The only way we have to take in information is through empiricism.
So your answer is because that's just the only way. Like you're just asserting your position over and over.
Are you aware of any other way to take in data?
I agree that we both have sense data and that's what we use. But
okay, yeah. So you have to use an empirical framework, and specifically how I determine whether or not that empirical framework is correct versus incorrect is that I establish a predictive measure.
Just because I agree with a premise doesn't mean we got there the same way. You understand that, right?
Yes, that's fine. You asked me, right? You said earlier, right, that I do not have an account.
How do you justify that?
You said you do not have an account for any parts of the worldview in epistemology, ethics, or metaphysics. I've actually grounded my epistemology quite well, and I have grounded the metaphysic quite well. Now we can move on to the ethics if you like.
So use epistemology, essentially use knowledge to justify knowledge. It's
No, I didn't say epistemology. I said empirical framework mixed with predictive measure. Are you okay? Are you tracking?
Yeah.
Anyway, did you want to move on to ethics?
We can do any of them. I think you're flailing even on this one. So I mean, we can stay on it.
Yeah, okay. So then, what is your critique on my metaphysic?
That you can't justify it? It's the same critique for all of them, is what I'm trying to tell you.
I literally did. It is a non-anthropomorphic creation. All logic is predicated on the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe, creating a consistent universe.
By the way, Amanda, just tell him that a critique doesn't just mean nah. He needs to actually tell you why it doesn't work.
You said you're a materialist, so tell me how logic exists in a material world.
How logic exists in a material world. It is a it would be an emerging property in the material world.
Is it material?
Yes, based on your neurons firing and whether or not you get excited, upset, or happy. Yeah, it is material.
Wait, upset, happy?
Like if you're talking about like
material?
the neurons firing and your decision making, all of that is chemical, right? It is an electrochemical signal.
Logic is from our neurons firing.
So we use logic as a tool. This is really important, right? There's likely an underlying likely an underlying framework that exists.
So logic isn't real,
but we
it's
use
a tool.
No, it is real. I'm saying what you're
misunderstanding.
So you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to tell you here. So a good example is like the Pythagorean theorem. The Pythagorean theorem is definitely describing something that is universal, independent of people's perception and thought, right? That Euclidean geometry, or that
independent from neurons firing.
So what it is describing is underneath just your thought process. But the Pythagorean theorem in and of itself is invented by humans. We just use it as a tool to describe something that is universal.
Is invention material?
What?
Or is it immaterial?
It would be describing something material.
No, but itself, the thing itself, is that material or immaterial?
It's material in the sense of your neurons firing and it being neurochemical signals. Yes.
But you just said it was independent from your neurons firing, so you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that.
You did say that.
No,
says independent.
Definitely did not say that.
Okay, sure. So it is material. So
I'm saying that there's an underlying framework that exists with or without humans perceiving it that does exist. Yes, it's material. It's based on the physical world, the universe.
No, the thing itself, you're not understanding. I'm not talking about the thing it's referencing. I'm talking about the thing itself. Is that material?
Yes.
Okay, where is it?
Space-time.
You said FaceTime?
Space-time.
Space-time. Okay. Is time material too?
Yeah, based on the space-time fabric, yeah.
Time is material.
Yeah, it is measurable. It is part of the material world, yeah.
Just because it's measurable, it doesn't mean it's material. Can you put time under a microscope?
We can measure it. You wouldn't use a microscope in the same way that you wouldn't use a thermometer to fill to check your tire pressure.
Yeah, you can measure mathematics as well. It doesn't mean mathematics is material.
Yeah, I mean, those are abstractions to describe material things.
Dude, I know they describe material things.
So then what is your
point?
For the third time, what are you arguing?
I'm talking about the thing in question. The thing itself. Is that material? Is time,
I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
Logic.
Is this guy insane?
Are these metaphysical things
I think
like logic, time, space,
I broke it.
math,
Guys,
material?
You broke your toy,
Chad,
dude.
I broke it. Chad, it's not making any sense anymore, chat. Help. W in chat to fix the toy. W in chat.
Does this guy think that time is...
You just don't understand.
To fix it.
I mean, you're trapped in your own materialist worldview.
W in chat to fix it.
You're literally trapped in your own worldview. You're flailing.
Please, chat.
Please,
we need W's in chat to fix whatever is wrong with it.
Yeah, dude, logic is material.
Anyway, did you want to go
Logic
over
is
the
totally
ethics?
material.
Because I've gone over the epistemology. I've gone over the metaphysics with you. I feel like I've grounded it pretty well.
No, you contradict yourself multiple times. You said
No,
logic is material.
I did it. I did it.
immaterial.
And I'm really glad that this might be
You
my
said
video
logic
for
was
the
neurons
week.
firing,
This might
then
be
you
my
said it was
video for the
independent
week.
from neurons firing, and then you backtrailed.
No, I explained all of it. It made perfect sense.
Well, not if you're
So logic
stupid,
is
Amanda.
material,
So
but it's
for
also
him, it didn't make any
independent
sense.
from anything material. That's what you said.
Anyway, did you want to go over the ethics?
No, I want you to explain your contradiction.
What did I contradict?
Dude, I've said it 5 times now.
Oh, please repeat
You
it because I
said
didn't
I
hear
asked
it.
you where logic was. You said it was neurons firing.
Logic is
I said, okay, if it is
logic is a
neurons firing,
tool
then
that
it's
humans
material,
use.
but-
Yeah, logic is a tool that humans use. It describes an
Yeah, you
underlying
said
framework
that,
of
but
the universe.
Is that tool material, or is it just referencing material things?
It is material.
Okay, where is it?
Your brain.
Logic is in our brain. Okay, did logic exist before any brains existed?
Well,
So
it's not in his
so
brain,
again,
Amanda.
we're referring to the tool of logic, not the underlying framework of logic, right?
I'm referring to logic itself.
Okay, so you're referring to the underlying framework?
I'm referring to logic. You're calling it
Are
a
you
tool.
referring
That's what you
to
view it in
within
your
the
worldview. My
brain
worldview views
the
it differently.
idea of logic, or are you referring to the description of the underlying framework of logic? Because those are two different
I think,
answers.
Sure, we can call it a framework. I think logic is metaphysical and immaterial. I'm trying to figure out what you think logic is, because it's clearly
Okay,
not
if
that.
you're talking about logic as in the tool that we use to describe the universe around us, it exists within our brain, and it is material because it operates on the neurochemical signals of our brain. If you're talking about the
How does that make it
underlying
material if it
framework
operates on
that
chemical
logic is describing, then that exists within the universe. That is a universal concept existing within space-time.
Just because the chemicals in your brain are material doesn't mean that the logic that the chemicals use is material. You understand that, right?
The logic that the chemicals use, I don't even
Yes,
understand that
our
question.
brain, our minds use
That doesn't
logic.
make any sense.
That doesn't mean logic is material like our brain is.
Yeah. So again, the
Just because our brain is
underlying
material doesn't mean the
framework
things we use
still
our brain for are
exists
material.
independent of our ability to describe it. Right? Like humans are
Like
very
if a-
good at describing things as being like or unlike or equal to other things. And and these are the tools of logic that we operate on, such as like if we use, say, Aristotle's organon in a syllogistic reasoning using, I think it's an Aristotelian worldview where we create categorical interpretation. That in and of itself, those premises exist within your brain and are learned and are tools that we use to describe reality as we know it. We use categories to describe reality, but reality exists with or without our ability to categorize it. And so there are very real things that do
reality
exist
exists 'cause reality
independent.
exists. Cool.
Huh?
Like you're just asserting the thing.
Okay,
I'm
yeah. If
asking
you're
why these
asking,
things
if you want me
exist,
to
what they
predicate
are, how they
reality,
are.
it is the non-anthropomorphic creation of the universe.
Yeah, you just saying that doesn't provide justification.
It does. It does, because it doesn't exist within space-time, and so it wouldn't possess any anthropomorphization whatsoever.
And therefore it's true? How does that follow?
It follows because you cannot have a mind outside of space-time. Mind implies time. Otherwise,
Once
if there
again,
was
you're-
no time,
you're
it would just be
referencing
a
these things,
single
but you don't
frame
justify.
that is already
What is
like
the
a
mind? Is it
decision.
just the
The
brain?
concept of a decision in thinking would
In your
be
worldview,
like
is the
the
mind just
concept of
brain
thinking
matter?
would be thinking, have thought, and is actively thinking all in the same frame. That is what it would be without time. So it would exist as a single frame of existence. That's which would be, is, and did do all at once. That's what it would be like without there being any time. And all decisions that would ever be made would already be pre-made, could be made, and are being made all at once, right? That is what it would be without a time concept. I don't consider that to be a mind. I would consider that more similar to like a photo of branching paths. So
You
no,
said
not a
mind.
mind.
But you just said mind. But it's not a mind.
Yeah, I'm
You see how
operating
you have
because
to
you
change the
believe that
definition
it's a
of all these
mind, and I'm
metaphysical
saying that
things
there
because
is
you
no
have no
time
justification for any
to
of them?
imply mind. Do you have anything else for me, or can we talk about the ethics?
I mean, it's going to be pretty much the same note on the ethics, but sure.
Okay. What was your critique on atheist ethics?
That you can't justify it. You can't appeal to anything. There's nothing. It's all material to you.
Yeah, I can. I justify
flux.
it based on wanting to minimize unnecessary suffering.
Okay. So are you a non-aggression principle guy?
Am I a non-aggression principle guy? No.
Well, you said the goal is to reduce suffering, so.
No.
And
Reduce
how do we know what
suffering is not the
suffering
same
in
as
your
reduce
worldview?
unnecessary suffering. I'm aware that there is suffering which is necessary and mindful and even wanted, I would say.
And how do you know what's good suffering and what's bad suffering?
It's up to the individual to decide that.
So it's circular. You're
No,
appealing
it is
to
up to
the
each.
individual.
No, it is not circular. It is up to each individual to decide upon themselves on whether or not they want to undergo said suffering versus not. And so I want to live in a
So if I ask
society
you,
where
how
people
does an individual
minimize
decide if it's
as
good or
much
bad, and you just
unnecessary
said it's up to the
suffering
individual?
between each individual.
So what if the question was, how does an individual decide if their suffering is good or bad? How do they know if
Sorry,
their suffering is good or
repeat that.
bad? How does an individual know if their suffering is good suffering or bad suffering? And then you answer because it's up to the individual.
All right. So how does an individual know something? I would say from their sense experience.
You're still appealing to the same
Empiricism.
thing, the individual.
And I would say their
Empiricism
and their
only exists
experience.
through their senses, so it still comes back to the individual. This is why it's circular. You understand that, right?
I don't understand how it's circular. Why don't you help me out?
Because
Explain
I
the
asked
circle.
you how the individual. Okay, I asked you how the individual knows if something is good or bad, and then you said.
Wait, hold on.
it's
You
a
said
sense
I
data-
asked you
said
how
it's a
the
sense
individual
data of
is
that
good or
individual.
bad.
Well, I use suffering specifically, but it applies to
Repeat
anything,
it.
whether
Repeat
you're
it.
concerned good or
I'm
bad.
saying I didn't understand. I'm saying I'm writing down what you're saying. And you say I asked
The
you how the
question is-
individual is good or bad. Is that what you said?
The question is, how does an individual know if their suffering, or anything for that matter, is good or bad? And then you answered, because they have sense data to determine if it's good or bad.
No, it's
And I'm
so
telling
it's
you that's circular,
empiricism
because
and
you're just appealing to the
experience.
same question.
It is empiricism and their experience that determines whether or not the individual perceives it as good or bad.
And how does that tell you if it's good or bad? How do you
Because
get an
they're the
from an
ones
ought?
that
I'm
have
sure
to
you know the is-ought
experience
problem,
it.
right? Because you experience it.
They are the ones that must
So once again,
experience
you're
it.
coming back
Yes.
to the same thing.
I would not want somebody to undergo unnecessary suffering.
So
According to
you
them.
realize the logical entanglement
like for
here is
example,
that
I don't know
anyone can
what is
be
a good example,
can
right?
something good,
Like
no matter what it is.
I like roller coasters. Roller coasters are really fun. My younger brother hates roller coasters. I would like to enjoy a roller coaster with him, and I've begged him to come with me. Hey, come enjoy a roller coaster. But he, to this day, he says he really, really doesn't like roller coaster. And so I don't make him go on a roller coaster because I know that it causes him unnecessary suffering, whereas I garner enjoyment out of it. So I allow my brother to make an individual decision for themselves whether or not they want to undergo said suffering.
Okay, how about we take that same hypothetical and replace the word roller coaster with murder? Does it still apply?
No, because it's built into the definition of murder. Murder is the unjustified killing of another human being. It is the antithesis of justice. Disorder, chaos.
Okay, what
death.
if we just talk about killing from a natural event then?
Killing
Can
from
you-
a
can
natural
you say
event.
It's good or bad to die from a hurricane?
Bad,
Okay, how do you know that?
because it's avoidable. People can make safety precautions to avoid the unnecessary suffering.
Bad because it's avoidable. Does that actually make sense to you?
I mean, it's, I'm saying that the hurricane, you can go somewhere else. You can go to a shelter. You can, if you're not in Florida, go into a basement. You can buy things that help you get through a hurricane. Our favorite thing to get through a hurricane in Florida is alcohol. it minimizes the unnecessary suffering of dealing with a hurricane.
Aren't they literally
Okay,
called
you're
natural
kind of
disasters?
overlooking
But
the point of
disasters
the
are not
hypothetical.
good by
Like
definition.
we can just say it's unavoidable if you want to.
No, they're not
But-
unavoidable. They are perfectly avoidable.
Okay, let's just use something that isn't avoidable. Like there's plenty
Okay.
of natural disasters which people couldn't avoid. You got
Like what? Like an uncurable cancer?
Sure, or like the earthquake in Haiti. Like there's plenty of people in there that were not capable of getting away in time.
Yeah. So
right?
what I would say is that I would want to live in a society
So that could
to enable as much unnecessary suffering as possible. People don't like earthquakes. People don't like uncurable cancers. So I would look for cures to that cancer and infrastructure necessary to avoid the negative repercussions of an earthquake. We would minimize the unnecessary suffering.
Okay, but your whole thing is good suffering is good because
the individual wishes to
avoidable?
undergo it. They consent to the suffering. A good example of this is working out.
you're
Working
appealing
out
to
is
the
suffering,
individual
but
once
it's a good
again.
suffering in the sense that a person decides to work out. But if, say, for example, I forced somebody to work out against their will, I would say that that is unnecessary suffering and unethical.
All right, what if a certain dictator with a small mustache said it was good suffering to do what he did? Doesn't that
Well, if
work
God said that.
in your ethical framework? Isn't that good because he deemed it to be good?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that one person's desire does not supersede the other one people's desires. And if the dictator with the small
but is
mustache
it good or
did not
bad?
exist, it would actually reduce unnecessary suffering.
No, but he deemed it to be good suffering. So how is it not good
Yeah,
suffering?
up to him. But other individual, you'll notice that I justified it on the basis of each
So who's
individual.
right? How do we know who's right?
See,
Who's good? Who's bad? Or is it all subjective?
Yeah, yes. Ethically, it is subjective, but it is also subjective for you too. Just so you're aware, it is subjective for you.
So that thing that started in 1939, that was just subjective.
Yes, technically.
So you don't see the absurdity that your worldview.
I mean, I think it was wrong, and I think most people think it was wrong, but there would be certain people that would justify
But was it actually
the
wrong, though?
actions
Or
of
is it
that
just
horrible
subjective?
man. You know, I mean,
Was it
the
actually
fact
wrong,
that
right?
there are people that disagree is an example of it being subjective.
So how can you take any affirmative position if everything is subjective?
Well, because myself, the way that I determine my ethics is minimizing unnecessary suffering, and
According to you, but someone
yeah,
else-
according to me, that's correct, and I hope other people follow in my footsteps because I think it leads to the most ethical solutions. I believe that.
Okay, you think it leads to the best ethical solutions, but why ought people follow it?
Because it leads to the
You
best
can't just say
outcomes.
because it leads to ethical solutions, because that's just
I think it
circulating.
leads to the best outcomes. It leads to the highest quality of living standard possible. It allows people to pursue the things that they find valuable as opposed to not.
So your morality is outcomes based. Yeah, you might
Yeah.
want to be careful with that one.
Sure.
Okay. So
Predicated
it's
upon
okay
the
to kill
individual.
one
I
if
understand
there's,
that the
say,
outcome of
two.
say, for example, you could save the 51, you have to kill the 49. I would disagree with that because I would look for another outcome.
So your answer to the hypothetical is you would look for a way. out of the hypothetical.
It would not be an adequate answer because I would base it on the individual, not the collective.
And you don't see how this is circular?
No. And
Because
you have
you
failed to
assume the
describe
individual
it being
like 12 times.
circular in not only my epistemology, my metaphysics, and my ethics. Did you have anything else for me?
No, I think you pretty much dismantled yourself.
All right. Appreciate it. You have a great day.
All right, you too.
Man, I'm gonna make that. That's the
Not
video
often.
That is the video of the week.
Oh, it is.
That's
it
a
is.
that's a
It
good
is. I
video.
mean, the guy is as smart as a sack of bricks. Also, it's like it's rare to find a field bro that doesn't know any
Phil
stuff, like any of the Phil, like whatsoever.
No Phil.
Like, the guy doesn't know anything. It's like he's confusing epistemology with metaphysics. And so, actually, I was asking you about the epistemology of your metaphysics. What the fuck is that even?
Oh my goodness,
it's not a thing. I don't know what he's talking about. It's like just like insane. And then it's like,
right.
and by the way, just because he's appealing to Hitler and say, oh, so he was right, dude. Trust me.
Well, some people do think
he was right. Genocide.
Some people do, though.
I could get him to defend genocide in 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, just going to the fucking Bible, he would literally defend it. He would literally say it's not a bad thing. Okay, so it's like
let me grab
when these things like
let me refill my drink real quick. Really just give me a quick second. I'm listening.
Yeah, go.
That was a good call. We gotta make it. That's the we gotta. I'm gonna end up drawing a Phil bro. Saying to predicate your logic. I feel like I grounded my logic. I grounded my morality. I grounded every single question pretty concretely and in a very non-circular way.
I have different answers. I would have different answers than you, but I think you did ground it. You know, it's like, but it's like, for example, if somebody say, "How do you ground your metaphysics?" Well, rational thought.
Hold on a
period.
Second. You're scaring the fish.
Oh, okay.
Plop, plop, plop.
Yeah, tell Excadiller to actually unplug his ears, you know, when he's listening to me.
We want you to bite.
Was he Excadiller?
Bite.
I think, yeah.
Bite.
Yeah, I didn't say I would defend genocide. I said I would make that guy defend genocide.
Come on, look. Hey, hold on. Hey, right winger. Right winger. It's a trans flag. You want to bite it. Come on. Bite. Call the number. Do it. You know you want to.
Call Pretty sure they want to burn it.
I'm fishing for right wingers.
It's like some flaming Pokemon, some water fire type.
We're fishing for right wingers. Chat.
I hope you're not fishing in the reflecting pool because it's full of algae. All the fish are dead.
Come on, bite, motherfucker. Bite!
Dude,
come on,
did
any
you
one
see
of
how,
you,
like,
bite.
Fox News was talking about how blue it is, and they were literally in front
green.
of the pool. It was clearly green. Not only that, the guy was literally wearing like a blue suit, so you could tell it's not fucking blue.
I get it.
Because his suit was blue.
I saw.
It was quite funny. I saw that.
Oh my god. No, this is funny. You want to see something funny?
Yeah. Brighten up my day.
Who wants the Juneteenth one? W for Juneteenth, L for July 4th. W for Juneteenth, L for July 4th. The mac and cheese. Look at the mac and cheese.
You want to out the right wingers? What?
W for Juneteenth, L for July 4th. Chat, come on. I want to see it. Who wants the Juneteenth mac and cheese versus the July 4th? I'm saying the W, bro. That W looking fire, bro. Which is saying the L. He wants the L. He wants the L. Bro, it ain't even close.
Okay,
all right, hold
on. Fox is absolutely wrong. You could celebrate Juneteenth without July 4th. Yeah. What the fuck?
Hold on, here we go. Hold on. I'm fishing.
Plop.
Bloop, bloop. Come on, fishies. Bloop. Come on, bite. Bite, right winger. Bloop, bloop. I want the right winger to bite. Oh, yeah. So check this out, right? Did you know that for the pool, they added hydrogen peroxide to try to make it less...
Oh, yeah.
To make it less blue.
I saw the guys
or to make it less green.
Hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, so it turns out, you know what hydrogen peroxide is also good at doing?
Killing things.
A lot of things, but yeah, it depends. I saw there's some.
Well, did you know it's actually quite good at peeling paint?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they painted the
It's a
fucking
really
bottom.
powerful
I forgot about
oxidizer.
that.
Look at the paint, bro.
I forgot about the paint on the bottom.
It's
Oh my
peeling.
God. I forgot about that.
Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
I don't know
there
what
you
they're
go.
thinking
Dude,
about.
nothing is it's the biggest representation of the Trump administration, bro. They have all these freaking ideas and none of it works. Anyway, we're fishing. Come on. Maybe
all those ideas.
do I gotta change my bait? No, the bait's perfect.
Yes, you do.
No, it's
Give in to
perfect
your
bait.
hatred.
The bait is fine.
Give in to your hatred.
The bait is fine. The bait is literally perfect.
Okay, so Amanda, how do you ground your pole? Can you explain it to me?
Ground your pole?
How do you ground your pole?
Yeah, how do
he
you
says?
ground your pole? Dude, I fucking love pre-subs. You know, they don't. It's like the whole worldview is just shit. It's just like them presupposing stuff, which is like the worst thing you could ever do. Like just presupposing this thing exists, and then you start from there. That's like you couldn't have a more shit like starting point for like anything. And they still have the goal to go to other people and just tell them they're actually wrong. It's crazy.
Let's
How do you ground your thing? Oh well, I have this book.
We're still fishing for right wingers. Come on, bite. Guys, if you guys have a right winger like in your like friends list, or you've got like a right wing server that you frequent, or maybe you just got like a right wing dad, right wing family member.
Best dads.
What you got to do is send them the message. Call this woke liberal, this woke progressive. Call the woke progressive. Phone number 202-998-5218. Look, I got bait. It's a trans flag.
Daniel.
Yep.
Have you got what's his name? Got his name.
I don't know. What's his name?
He did remember a debate last on a MDD.
Oh, the Stand for Truth Ministries, or
No, the other guy.
on MDD. On MDD.
Was it
I don't know
Dabby or
what
whatever?
was his last MDD debate. What was your last MDD debate? Because he did a lot of debates in, like, you know, he did Kent Hovind, for example.
Daniel,
But it wasn't on
I went
MDD.
up against Standing for Truth Ministries.
Yeah, I saw that.
Can you please watch that video? That video is so freaking good, but it's also like,
Is it?
It's like really long. Basically, if you're like, if you just need to like listen to one of those long form podcasts, it's good. It's good. And I made a new friend. His name's Ron. He's really nice. He's a NASA AI researcher.
NASA AI researcher.
Yeah. Come on.
Okay, now I really want to talk to him now.
Bite. I'm asking you guys to fucking. Don't you see that I'm fishing?
Is he?
This
he
is the problem.
grokking all the things?
This is the
Does
problem.
he ChatGPT stuff?
No, but this is the problem of fishing. You know,
It's all about patience.
It's about patience. It is. It's about patience. We gotta wait, right? By the way, if you guys have a right wing buddy, maybe like a right wing family member, right wing pal, right wing homie.
Oh, by
you
the
know,
way,
if you got
Amanda, I
one,
forgot to ask you the most
let
important
them know
thing.
that I'm fishing for a right winger to talk
What
to.
do you think about the, upcoming, hopefully, like, peace?
Huh?
What do you think about?
I got one!
deal
Whoa!
Trump made?
I got one. I got a bite.
I just mentioned Trump and he calls. Crazy.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's happening first?
Oh, it's Rob. I catch you every week. I'm sorry.
So no hook necessary. What you saying?
Do you like that I'm fishing for right wingers? What do you like it?
I don't know. I know that's what you're trying to do, but I heard you be talking about hooking people. Watch the bait. I didn't catch that it was for right wingers though.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Anybody can bite, really. I just it's catered for the right wing audience.
I got you. I kind of did notice that you did kind of throw out the argument, but you know what? I didn't realize that this was unnecessary thesaurus day, because y'all been using words unnecessarily.
I gotta get these. What do you mean? I'm using words unnecessarily?
Y'all been using your vocabulary words today.
Oh, thank you.
But look, my thing is that the arguments, well, y'all just went too broad based. It was like y'all are talking about abortion, and how do we go to world war? How did we get to Hitler? I mean, come on. The arguments were simple. The arguments were simple.
It's okay if people bring up analogies that are unrelated, which is fine.
It went far.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sure.
I mean, the thing was that what you were saying earlier was that, and you were guilty of it too, was that you were saying that the baby had autonomy. The baby was no longer resided within the mother. That gave the baby autonomy.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. And he was saying that you were killing a child. Period. And we can all say, we all think that killing is wrong. However, I just don't think that I have the right to tell somebody else that you are now have to raise this child.
Yeah.
That I don't know. I don't know what your circumstances are. I know nothing about the situation. Now, we can all say, hey, be responsible, make correct choices. And that's what you say beforehand. But after the fact, there's a child coming. Now what? All that shit that you're talking about is preventive. It didn't work. So now what? So now we have to start dealing with the reality of the situation, that there's a child coming.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. And let's be honest, there's way too many damn people that think making the correct choice is pulling out.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
They think that one works, bro. They think that works. There are people that believe that that's how that works. Isn't that wild?
And you're gambling a huge part of your life on your pullout game. It's just stupid. The odds are just so poor on that.
There was a Patton Oswalt bit where he was talking about pulling out, right? And
I like Patton Oswalt.
I do. Patton Oswalt, he was like, guys, I want to let you know.
I know who he is. I like him.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard his shit though.
Yeah, he said, guys, I want to let you know, I pulled out. You have way less control of that than you think. Because, a lot of people, and I don't want to be too grotesque about it, but a lot of people don't realize that you and you don't do that voluntarily. It just happens.
Yes. Now, I don't know if that is, I remember pre-ejaculation, but I don't know if that can impregnate. I'm not sure of that.
It can.
Okay.
It can and does. So that's why pull-out game does not work.
Well, there you go. There you solved it.
Yeah.
Mystery solved. You sitting there, you trying my immaculate pull-out game, but you've already impregnated.
Ta-da! I appreciate you calling, Ron. But let's see. Do you have anything else?
Are you gonna give me 2 minutes after you go 20 minutes?
No. You can. I'm asking. What would you like to talk about?
Oh no, but I just want to close out that morally it is wrong to kill people. But like I said, I just don't feel that I have the right to tell somebody else that, hey, you are now responsible for raising this child. And then the main ones who are adamant about that are the ones who don't want to help that person raise that child.
Like if you wanted me personally, I think it's up to the mother to make that decision, because they're the one that has to undergo it. Me as a male, I could sit there and complain and cry and scream and be like, "Oh, why won't you have the child?" But I'm not the one that has to deal with that shit. She is, right?
Yeah, I think the word that you were harping on, suffer, That was kind of
took
really
most
getting on my
people,
nerves. But you kept
5
saying
minutes.
suffer, like,
For me, it takes an hour. No, I'm joking.
I mean, you were harping on the word "suffer" with pregnancy. It was like, we don't view that as suffering.
But it is, isn't it? All the puking, the back problems, the stretch marks, the damage to the body, the fat placement.
How many women sign up to do it all the time?
There's lots of women. They love it. But that again, their choice. Their choice. They choose. They choose to do it. The tummy tuck. Dude, do you have any idea how many women will get a tummy tuck after pregnancy? Way more common than you think.
I've never thought about it, and I bet I would agree with that.
Because there's this flab of just skin that's left over after the fact, and then they're like, like, I look horrible, and they're like, I want to look good in a bikini, and I don't blame them for wanting to look good. They get a tummy tuck. I get it. I understand.
I understand it too, but excuse me. I remember we were talking about, I don't know, just your view of the world, and it's like you never blame victims for anything. I mean, you never blame the person who did it for anything they do. I mean, it's like, if I break into a house, I break into a store to get some goods, am I not stealing?
Yeah.
Should I not be punished for those?
I agree. You should be punished for that. Sure.
Okay. Because before you always saying it's like it's all the social economics of the world, of the nation.
Yeah. Well, I'm okay with the idea of punishing, and at the same time, I would be like, okay, well, how many people are stealing? Is this a norm, or is this, can this be mitigated? And if it can be mitigated, I would want to plug up the things that basically lead someone to come to a logical conclusion to steal. I would make the framework in such a way where people would not logically want to.
By consequences, right?
No, consequence doesn't actually lead to people not stealing.
What would your framework include to keep people from stealing if it's not
improving socioeconomic conditions?
All right. So I want an Xbox 5.
Okay. You're like combining it. Yeah.
I mean, what? I mean, should I not be punished because I couldn't afford it?
Sure, I'm okay with you getting punished. I
didn't have the
better yet, I would
$500
probably look at it as this person needs to be rehabilitated.
Why would I need to be rehabilitated because I stole something I wanted?
Just so you're aware, that's what prisons were initially intended to be. They were not intended to be the current retributive system they operate on. They're intended to be like, this is an area where you learn to behave like a person and not like a thief.
So when I went into that store to steal that Xbox 5, me as an example, as any person,
prison to be rehabilitated.
Did they know it was wrong? What are we?
I'm sure they did. Okay,
sure. So their desire to get what they wanted outweighs.
Well, you apply it. There's alternatives, right? You improve socioeconomic conditions, so this is not a problem.
No, everybody can't afford a PS5. Period.
Nobody can afford a PS5? I can afford a PS5.
I said everyone can't afford one.
What do you mean? I can afford one.
Wow. What an asshole response. I can't
What do you mean?
One.
If you can't afford one, right, then I'd be like, hey, does that make you want to steal a PS5?
Hey, I can afford one.
Does that make you want to steal a PS5?
I can afford one. What the hell is wrong with you, buddy? I mean,
does that make you want to steal a PS5? Are you going to steal a PS5 just because you can't afford one?
How much are they? They're only $600.
How much is a PS5? How much is a PS5? How much is?
Don't you have $600? Don't you sit on a gaming system?
Yeah, they're like $600. I just bought. I just bought a Switch 2. I love this thing.
I can't. You don't realize how much of an asshole you're being right now. You sounded like an asshole. You can't afford $600 on
No,
a
I'm not.
recreational
Listen, I get it. I get it. Not everybody can afford it, and I sympathize with that. I understand.
Okay, but no, what I'm saying is that what you don't need to rehabilitate that person. The consequence rehabilitates that person.
Well, not necessarily. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the case. A good example is, and this is the example I always bring up, is that, back in the day, we had some of the most retributive punishments that you can imagine. For example, in the Middle Ages, when people were caught stealing, we would chop their hands off. And
Did they steal it yet?
Yeah, but despite the fact that the punishment, despite the fact that the punishment is so severe, people still stole.
So there were people out there with no hands.
Yeah, and now there's people walking around with no hands. Exactly, right? There's a huge negative repercussion to that.
Now, I'm not in favor of that, but I guarantee you, if I saw people walk around with no hands that I knew previously had hands, I'd be like, man, I'm gonna save up for that PS5. I guarantee you.
All right, well, fair enough, but there were plenty of thieves in the Middle Ages, despite the fact that they would chop your hands off for stealing. So like, again, the punishment in and of itself does not, like, there were more thieves. There were more thieves in, hold on. There were more thieves in the Middle Ages per capita than there are in modern times. Why? Because our socioeconomic conditions are improved.
I can say, is that because they were stealing to survive? They had no choice.
Exactly.
But see that,
exactly.
But see that there's a difference, and that's why I use something like a PS5, something that's costly, but completely and utterly unnecessary.
Yeah.
You see my point?
Yeah. Well, I would just improve socioeconomic conditions so people would not want to steal. I would also improve that. I would even argue to improve the moral ethic of it, like lessons from a very early age to reduce. I would have to see effects of whether or not it works.
We do that. As a nation, we do that.
Very good.
We do that.
We have less stealing then. Good.
Most of our people, most parents, the vast majority of parents try to teach their kids not to steal. Schools teach kids not to steal.
Yeah, it's good to teach your kids not to steal.
All these kids shows talk about not stealing and all that.
Yeah, it's helpful. Isn't that great?
Society does that.
Wait, but that's great. That's a good thing.
That. But no, what I'm saying, when they still do it, it's not about rehabilitation, because they knew it was wrong when they did it. They just wanted something so much that they decided to skirt the law.
Yeah,
okay, how about when remember when California was letting all those people out for shoplifting? You remember California?
I don't think he understands what rehabilitation is.
Out of jail, and because they were shoplifting, and they were going back doing the same bullshit the same day. You recall that?
I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
What I said was that, do you not recall, about 2 years ago in California, they were, I don't know what city it was, but they were allowing shoplifters to get out the same day.
Yeah, no, I'm not in that. Listen, if the outcome is worse, then obviously that's not where I would want to go. Obviously, there's a balancing act of rehabilitation and retribution. Sure.
But do you not see that? I mean, most people saw that for being what it was, that we knew that shit wasn't going to work to begin with, though, right? You get that concept?
Sure.
Okay. So now, I've noticed with you consistently that you don't like to blame the perpetrator. It's not their fault. It's socioeconomics.
Yeah. No, I think that people are products of their environment. And stealing would be an example of being a product of the environment you're in.
So when they don't, so you stole that PS5 because of you didn't have $600 to spend on a recreational activity.
Yeah.
And so that justified you going to that sort of.
No, it's not. It doesn't justify it. I'm saying you're a product of your environment. You are. I didn't say it's justified. I said these things happen because people have life experiences that lead them to that outcome.
hold on. I'm getting out of the car. Switching. Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I'm off. Okay. So, but that's the point I'm making, though. Those people and those people alone are responsible for their actions, correct?
Yeah. But at the same time, I would say that people are the product of their environment. I'm not saying they're not responsible for their actions, but it's very common that people act in a specific way because of some previous thing that happened or an experience.
Some previous thing that happened that caused them to steal the PS5. They stole the PS5 because they wanted it.
For example, they don't respect private property. That's for one. They obviously don't respect private property. So something happened in their life where they're like, I am not respecting private property. They just don't give a fuck.
You put too much into it. People, they wanted what they wanted to steal. They tried to get what they wanted.
Yeah, sure.
They know.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so why
something
can't we
happened in
punish
their
them?
life that led them against the standard social contract.
Why can't we just? But they wanted what they wanted, and
yes, I agree. I'm saying that they're violating the social contract.
But every time, what you're doing is you're giving a backstory, a reason as to why they stole. You said something happened.
No,
in
I'm
their
not.
life.
I'm not.
That's what you just said.
I'm not.
First, you didn't just say something happened in their life that caused them to not respect. No, they wanted something and they were willing to break the law to get it.
Yeah, and so what causes them to want to violate private property rights?
I don't know.
Something happened in their life that enables them to not respect private property rights. Maybe they did not receive the proper education. Maybe they saw other people steal around and they were like, oh, if they're doing it, I should be able to do it. Maybe they're just like a sociopath and they don't give a fuck about anybody or how they feel, as well as their property. There's a lot of different reasons why somebody is led to that irrational conclusion.
You're putting far too much. Like I say, you're giving a backstory for every criminal, and all it is, they wanted it more than they wanted something more, and it was worth the risk.
Yeah.
So,
fair enough.
Consequences come.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's true. I do tend to think about this stuff a lot.
You overthink. What I'm saying, you give it every.
Does he think they're just in their genes to steal or something? I don't really get it.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
But that's what you just said.
That's what it
No,
feels
sorry,
like
Rob. Daniel was talking. I apologize. I was responding to
my
Daniel.
bad.
You can't hear him. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's just, anyway.
I don't have. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying, you're giving this backstory, and what we've already discussed is that in this country, at least anyway, at parents, schools, TV, plays, everything, movies, everything out there, especially for children. And when you're young, and society is geared towards keeping you on the straight and narrow, showing you all the things that can happen bad to you as a criminal, about respecting other people's property, treating people the way you want to be treated. So everything in our society teaches them that, and if they choose to do it, that's their choice.
Yeah, no, sure, maybe, but I mean, again, I'm saying people are led to their outcomes on the basis of their past experiences. I appreciate you calling, Rob, but it sounds like we're kind of going in circles here. So, unless if you have something else.
Nah, that's it, man. You just want to always give an excuse for people being criminals when they just
not at all.
They just don't.
Not at all. It's not intended to be an excuse. It's just understanding outcomes.
Have a good one, bro.
You too. Bye-bye.
I think that's the biggest thing. I feel like whenever you try to kind of understand why certain
Real
things
quick,
are
before we
happening,
get another call.
he's seeing that as being a justification.
Before we get another call, I'm trying to find like a good fish, like that I caught a fish sound. And
Like
immediately the first thing I thought of was the Sega bass fishing video game. So let's listen to it real quick. Biden.
There was a bass.
Biden. That's the sound.
It is good.
That's the fish. That's loud though. Let me see. Is that gonna work? Like I don't know if
I
that'll.
mean, you should just like tone it down.
Let's see here. Hold on.
Like the volume.
Let's see. We gotta find one where I mean, is it the same thing where they just go fish? Is this it? Hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah, bro, that's a great. Oh, let's listen to that. Bro, that's the sound effect. We got to grab that. Hold on, let me see if I can. I'm gonna clip that. Right, we're gonna grab that. Where am I gonna pull that from? Audition? Yeah, I got Audition. Or
yeah.
Well, I do have Audacity. I think I'll grab Audacity. Let me see. Hold on. It's 9:15.
Isn't Audition just better?
It is. It is.
I mean,
but this is faster. This is faster. So 9:12. Yeah, 9:12 to 9:16 ish. Yeah. 9:12 to 9:16. Okay, here we go. Let me move this here. Let's see. 9. That's loud. That's really loud. Hold on. Let me turn that down. Volume. Oh, that's playback speed. Oops. Set that to 1. Where's my volume? Where's my volume? Where's the volume at? Where are you, volume, in here? Volume? Here we go. Let's see. So it's going to be 9. Jesus. This is such a... it's so loud. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Hold on. 9:15, is it? What was the time? It was... Hold on. 9:12 to 9:16. Yeah, 9:12 to 9:16. All right, hold on. All right, chat. 9:12. Let's see, where's 9? How do I can't even set it. 9? Why can't I set it? Oh, this is annoying. Now I regret not pulling up Audition.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just going to grab it from here.
Told you.
Hold on. Just going to grab it. Pause. All right, we're just going to grab the whole thing and just we're just going to grab this section here, and it's very slowly going through. Okay, so I deleted that, and then so 9:16, so I don't know. We'll probably do around here, and then just squeeze to the right and see what we hear. Sorry guys. Sorry chat. We'll get it. And then that's the end. Delete. Okay. And so then now we can just kind of, oh my, what is going on? Something's happening. Where did it go? Where did it?
Yeah, and the level of professionalism.
I'm dumb.
Amazing.
Turns out I'm home. There we go. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen. We didn't grab the full thing, but let's see. Play. Dude, I hate Audacity. I actually hate Audacity. Pause. Play. Do something. Anything. Play.
It's like I never use it.
Play. There it goes. Jesus. All right, hold on. Find it. All right. We're close. Let's see. All right. There, okay. All right. So I see the spot. That's good. All right. Now we save that file. All right. Hold on. Export audio onto computer. Fish. Export. All right. So if I play it, what do I get? Yeah. All right. So here's what you're going to do, Daniel. When we get a call, you're going to bust out that soundboard and you're going to click the fish.
You have it in the soundboard?
I'm going to add it. Hold on. Right click. Okay. Server settings, soundboard. Where is it? Hold on. Soundboard. And then we're going to call it fish. And then we're going to do fish emoji. All right. Do you see it?
Let me see.
Soundboard. Scroll to the bottom.
Oh God.
Hell
I have
yeah.
Too many of these things.
Hell yeah. It's there.
Fish. Yeah, I see it.
All right,
That's
all right. There you go. There we go. Yeah. All right, now we're fishing. We got time for one more call. Come on. You know you want it. You know you want this. Come on now. Come on. I know your right-wingers are out there. Look, it's a trans flag. Don't you want to bite? The phone number is 202-998-5218. Don't you hate it? Don't you want to bite it? Don't you want to bite it?
Yeah.
Come on, bite it. Come on.
Because you want to rip it off. You know the funniest thing is like every time as a leftist, if I'm being mean to like a right winger, they immediately going like, oh, the tolerant left is like, why aren't you guys better behaving? In the meantime, they just like to take rights from everybody.
Do it, Daniel. Oh, we got one. Jet, we got one. You're on the line with First Amender.
What is that waving above the screen? It's really irritating me. It's making me want to call.
What waving above the screen?
Some kind of flag. It was on my screen. It was really bothering me. It made me want to call you.
You like my bait?
What's up, First Amender?
How you doing? Hey, Wall. What do you want to talk about?
I'm good. Well, two things. I want to kind of pick up on what you and Rob were talking about. But quickly, I wanted to say to Daniel, his comment at the side was Rob saying it was in the people's genes as far as the crimes committed. Can you ask him, is that what he was saying?
Is that what you were saying, Daniel? That Rob believed that it was
I was
in his
wondering.
genes? He said he was wondering.
I was wondering.
He was wondering.
Because it's like, if he's saying that it's not
okay,
socioeconomic factors, what else is there?
So, first,
yeah.
I think that, cool, babe. I think that that's like it seems like soft shoe racism to me when you put social economic behind crimes that people commit. I'm not saying that it doesn't affect it, but it feels like it's a kind of get out of jail free card as far as I empathize with you because you grew up poor.
Yeah, to me, it is not a get out of jail free card. In fact, I'm okay with the idea of jail. I just think that jail should be looked at as more a rehabilitative measure, not a retributive measure. So I'm okay with with jail. I just think that like once in jail, it's like, hey, have a therapist, try to unpack whatever it is that causes you to do these things. Or maybe it's possible that somebody's not rehabilitatable and they just need to be in jail. Sure. But you'll notice that this is operating under a, can we fix this? Is there something wrong that has happened in their life that we can unpack? And if not, okay, then we have to keep them in the box out of the safety of all people, right? This is not intended to punish somebody. It is there specifically to ensure that society continues functioning.
Cool beans. I actually agree with that first. I actually don't have a problem with the whole we need more mental health within the prison systems. I probably disagree with you on what would send someone to prison and how long the terms would be. I have a quick question. If two people who are the same age commit the exact same crime, does it matter if one person came from a poor background and the other person came from a rich background? Would they get the same sentence then?
Yes, they would get the same sentence.
Okay, I could agree with that then.
With that being said, right, let's be honest, right? The
ahead.
rich guy is getting a lower sentence.
Well, yeah, of course, because he can afford a good lawyer.
That's fucked up. That shouldn't happen. It should be equality before the law, in my opinion, but that's beside the point.
Cool beans. But first, I just want to give you this perspective as far as like, when I hear you talk about this, I really believe in people's personal choices and what it leads to in their lives. And when you just I don't want to say a free pass, like you said, get out of jail or anything like that. But if you give the caveat that this person had a rougher upbringing than this person, it doesn't make their decisions justified or right. Like when you were talking with Rob about the earlier on teaching kids to do the right thing, like he said. That's
Well, I don't believe it makes it justifiable or right. So.
Well, yeah, it gives a more lenient point of view. Does that make sense?
Well, I don't even agree with that.
Okay,
I believe in
so?
equality before the law. It doesn't matter if you're poor or rich. However, I'm aware that there are socioeconomic conditions that cause people to commit more crime. And so what I would look for is try to create environments where less of that is possible.
Okay. Sounds good. I had another quick one for you first.
Okay.
Have you heard about the Burning Cross story in Chicago?
Cross story in Chicago. Do you want me? I can pull it up. No, I have not.
Yeah, you can. Pull it up if you can, please.
All right, let's pull it up real quick. By the way, did you like my fish sound effect?
Yeah, that was actually pretty excellent.
Fish! Yo, dude, Sega sounds are incredible.
I'll give them that.
Chicago Burning Cross story. Let me pull it up. Sorry. Give me a sec. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull this up here on main. This is from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, 24/7 Live. Suspect is charged with a hate crime, burning cross in Giant Park, released from custody pending trial. Persecutors of Naperville, Merlin Liu claimed he wanted to send a message to the Trump administration. Let me look here.
A judge ordered Merlin Liu to be
we're watching
released today under pretrial supervision,
okay,
saying that he has no criminal history and there is not believed to be a threat of a flight risk for Liu. Now, prosecutors say Liu actually already admitted.
Tell you what, it's probably best that I just read it, since you're on the phone. So let's read it. A man appeared on court Thursday for hate crime charges after burning a cross was found in Grant Park. Merlin Liu, 21, facing several charges, including arson and committing a hate crime. A judge decided Thursday to release Liu from custody pending his trial under pretrial supervision level 1, saying that he does not appear to be a flight risk and has no criminal history. Prosecutor said Liu admitted to burning the cross in Grant Park as he claimed that he wanted to send a message to the Trump administration. The 21-year-old man from Naperville was arrested at his home after a burning wooden cross was found in Grant Park last week. A passerby captured the video of the incident on June 9th. The burning cross was widely considered to be a symbol of racist hatred. Father Michael Fledger of St. Sabina Church has offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to a suspect. Liu allegedly brought tools and a fire starter to build a cross in Grant Park on that afternoon, then apparently put a Make America Great Again hat on top of it before lighting it on fire. The fire stretched to a nearby tree, but it was extinguished by Chicago firefighters relatively quickly as Liu ran from the scene. On Thursday, prosecutors say Liu admitted to police that he started that fire, while also saying that he did it because he believed the greatest threat to the American people is Trump, Epstein, and the billionaire pedophile friends and their Christian nationalist base. The investigation involved Chicago Police Major Crimes Division, Illinois State Police, U.S. Marshals, and the FBI. Investigators have released a picture of the suspect allegedly leaving the area near Columbus and Balbo. Liu is a former student in the University in Illinois, Chicago. UIC released a statement saying, UIC is aware of the cross-burning incident, the criminal investigation into that incident, and the comments Merlin Liu made to the media. An individual by that name was a student of UIC, has not been enrolled in the university since the fall of 2025. Due to the federal privacy laws and the ongoing criminal investigation, the university is unable to provide further details. Students on campus Thursday reacted to the incident. I mean, it's obviously a young man that's looking for attention to try to make a point in today's culture, and what we see is the reality of the recent administration's presidential executive orders, UIC alum Abundio Rodriguez said. Liu was expected to be released from custody on Friday. He is due back in court on June 22. It is unclear Liu may eventually face federal charges. Okay, now that we're caught up, what did you want to talk about with it?
Cool beans. A couple of things about that story just really disturbed me.
Yeah.
Of course, when the cross burned, it was immediately put on white racism. So there were a lot of like wild stories going around about what had happened there. And then it was blamed on MAGA, and it was a MAGA thing. And then later on, when it's revealed who did it, you haven't seen it on this, but they actually interviewed him. It's a very peaceful interview. They're actually sitting in a fucking park talking about this. And he's a college student. He said that he didn't know the repercussions of burning crosses. He didn't know culturally what that meant. He just wanted to get out at Donald Trump. I feel like that might be either disingenuous.
Hold on, can you give me a quick second? Can you give me a quick second?
Go ahead.
I am following, but guys, do you see the duties? Do you see the little duties, little leaders? Oh, my little baby. You must hit the like. You must hit the like. Don't you love my kitty? You must hit the like for her. For her. Do it for her. You must hit the like button. Hit the subscribe. Look at her. She's looking for subscribers. Look at her. She needs subscribers. She wants subscribers.
Okay, let me guess because I can't see it. Is your cat bum rushing the screen right now?
Yeah, she is. Yes. Anyway,
Okay,
sorry.
Pepper.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Well, anyway, I'm just trying to figure out the motivations behind it because I think it's either a political ploy or I just don't believe anyone in college doesn't understand the significance of burning crosses and how that would be interpreted if they did.
Hold on. Let's first start off, right? No. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe I'm stereotyping, but number one, this guy is Asian. Number two, he's 21. He may not even be aware of what you and I are aware of.
I don't know first. I think that's a stretch to say at 21 years of age, you've never heard about burning crosses if you're here in America.
I mean,
that's really a stretch.
But he's Gen Z. Have
Because
you
he's literally
seen
burning
Gen
a
Z
cross.
education?
He got that from something.
Have you seen Gen Z education?
Yes, I have. I know it sucks.
Yeah.
But
bro.
wait, first. Wait, answer my quick question though. Where did he get the whole burning cross ideal from if he doesn't know anything about burning crosses?
I mean, he may have thought of, may have thought about white nationalism and then decided to burn a cross. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not in the kid's head. He's also 21, right? So he's not very old, right? He never grew up, with that sort of thing. And it's possible they may not have taught it or he didn't get that lesson. I don't know.
So he's just stupid and reckless then.
I don't
Nothing
think he's
deeper than
stupid. I just think he may not have been taught that lesson.
First Amender, with all due respect, if you set fire to wood in a park beside a tree, you are stupid.
Okay,
Because it's all
maybe his intent was. I'm willing to provide the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I mean, arson is bad regardless. We can both agree on that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, definitely. And what I'm saying is that if you use it, even if you say that he's unaware of the significance of it, all I'm really pointing out is that because no one knew who did it, there were a lot of accusations thrown around back and forth on both political parties. And it just, to me, shows just how racially based people are before they get to the end
I mean, listen, I mean, you saw, I didn't know anything about it. I looked it up and I was like, okay, that seems fine. I don't see a reason to doubt the news broadcast, right?
Cool, man. All right, well, that's actually all I have for you tonight, man. I appreciate the talk.
Appreciate it, Awol.
No problem. One quick thing, though. If you ever get the balls, like me, Driller, James, we would challenge you and whoever you want to bring to a game of Jeopardy and, whoop your asses because y'all don't know anything about the real world.
That's a funny joke.
I mean, I'll be honest, when it comes to having to come up with something quickly, I'm not good at it. I've just come to the conclusion that I'm not good. It takes me time to kind of think about it, formulate, and then come to a decision. So I don't think I would be very good at Jeopardy.
First, I know that. That's why I challenge you.
You know,
but it's all good.
My brain is
Have a
my
good
brain
night.
is not a speedboat. It's like a tugboat. It'll tug a big object, but slowly.
That's what's up, man. Have a good night, man.
Appreciate it. Bye bye. Does that make any sense, Daniel?
That was actually a pretty good analogy. I liked it.
It'll tug some heavy stuff, but you know, just slowly. Anyway, y'all. Okay, well, I think I'll call it right there. This was a great, probably one of my better days on the show.
Yeah, a lot of calls.
Yeah, we had a lot of calls. The fishing was good. We had good fishing today. You know, if you guys are not subscribed, please do take the time, hit that subscribe button. And if you have not already hit that like button, hit that like button. I appreciate you guys very much for being a part of this today. We do these all the time, man. You'd be surprised. I do a Saturday, a Sunday. And if you guys want like a video suggestion, unironically, like this one got barely any views. But I highly recommend watching the entire thing. It is this crazy long debate that I had on Modern Day Debate, evolution versus creation. And I was...
It was on MDD?
Yeah.
I didn't know it.
And
was
it was featuring Standing for Truth Ministries. And by the way, I just want to let you know, quote unquote, standing for truth is more like
I get it. I
standing for lies, because this guy is knowingly a liar. He is actively trying to pull people away. Anyway, I recommend to check this out. It's a great debate. It's highly contentious. So if you enjoy that really like, you know, I know y'all, some of y'all fucking like that. This is that debate, right? And I just published it a day ago. It's only got 50 views. Watch the whole thing, man. Set it on watch later. It's a bop, right? Evolution versus creationism debate featuring at Standing for Lies Ministries. Anyway, y'all, have a great rest of your night and you have a good day. Bye.